For more than 2 decades, Matt Wags Wagner has helped shape DCS into the sim that the community and so many of us call home. And now it's our turn to help him. If you're not familiar, well, Operation Wags is underway right now. It's a community wide charity event supporting Wags in his fight against bone marrow cancer, which we were recently made aware of. And this event is running across 2 weekends. We're talking Friday, July 31st, Sunday, and also August 2nd, and Friday, August 7th, and as well August 9th. So content creators, Eagle Dynamics, third-party developers, mission builders, and community leaders across the DCS ecosystem are coming together for one purpose, and that is to raise as much money as possible for Wags and his family. So this is a charity event, and Wags has already described through community channels that he's starting to inherit some reasonable medical bills as is expected. So Red 4 is going to be stacked with familiar faces from across the creator and developer community. And Blue 4 is you, the community. So whether you're a veteran virtual pilot or brand new to the fight, there's a place in the skies for you at this event. You'll get to fly missions, hold or take objectives, chase down your favorite creators for bragging rights, or just be part of something built to support someone who's given so much to this community. Every sortie, every stream watched, every share, and every conversation helps close the gap to the goal. So how can you help? Well, there'll be a link in the description below to make donations. That is the only official portal, so don't be fooled by...
All right. You guys have been asking for it, so here we are. Boom. Light. Let's do this. First, quick update on Wags. After nearly a month and a half in the hospital, battling a serious blood infection, Wags is finally back home, and that's a huge step forward. The next fight is cancer, and he'll begin treatment as he regains strength. We all know cancer doesn't just take a physical toll, but it can place an incredible financial burden on families as well. So now it's our turn. Starting July 31st, Operation Wags kicks off, a massive 2-weekend PvE/VP campaign bringing the DCS community together to support one of our own. The GoFundMe link is in the comments below and will also be shared by all your favorite DCS content creators. And yes, the creators are flying Red 4. We're putting targets on our backs, so grab a slot, come hunt us down, and rub it in when you get us. Thanks to the incredible support of Eagle Dynamics, Heapler, Wing Control, Next Level Racing, Pimax, Grinelli Designs, and more, we'll also have prizes for top donors and incredible feats of heroism throughout the campaign. This could become the biggest community event DCS has ever seen, so stay tuned because we'll be sharing a lot more information in the coming days. We'll see you guys in the skies.
This is all going to be based on a campaign mission that has been built by Indian Navy and Heartbreaker. Those are the two big, beautiful brains that are behind Panther Den, and the Hooligan team and the Gray Flag team has also been part of this build. This is going to be probably one of the funnest PvE VP events that we have collectively all flown in. The early testing has been amazing. The performance is awesome. And in order to make sure that this is accessible to everybody, it's going to be on caucuses, and there's going to be no mod requirement. Anybody who has downloaded DCS for the first time will be able to come in and fight us. This event is supposed to be fun. Come kill us for Wags and participate as much as you can. During this event, you're going to see a lot of streams. You're going to see a lot of content coming out for Operation Wags. During this time, you're going to be able to make donations directly to Matt Wagner. And this is all a surprise to him, so it's going to be awesome, I think, for him to see that we've done so much in his name. And also, there's going to be a ton of juicy giveaways. Stay tuned for that. So, from everybody at the High Alpha Studios and the content creators of DCS, come fight us for Wags. He has given us so much. It's time for us to give back to him. I'll see you guys in the sky.
Ooh. Looks like you caught me playing with my sticks. I'm Scott from High Alpha Hooligans, and I will be flying Red 4 in Operation WAGS to support his fight against cancer. And I hope to see you on the server, hopefully in my HUD and not on my 6. We'll see you there.
Hey everyone, Grey Wolf here, voice of Jester AI, co-creator of Grey Flag. I'll be flying Red 4 in Operation WAGS. Come fly Blue 4. See if you have what it takes to make me punch out. All for an amazing cause, all for WAGS. We'll see you there.
TACOM, this is 554. I need all available units up in the air fighting for Operation WAGS. How copy?
Hey everyone, Ahab here from High Alpha Hooligans. Come out and see if you can break the legend of Ahab. Bring me down so we can all bring WAGS up. Hope to see you out there.
Hi guys, my name's Airshow and I'm going to be part of the Red 4 team in Operation WAGS. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi, I'm Aviancer and I hope you join us in the fight for WAGS. I'll be seeing you in the sky, so give it your best shot. And don't forget, aviate, navigate, conflagrate.
Hey everyone, Eric here from the Talon PMC. We'll be fighting Red 4 in Operation WAGS. Come and join us, let's help WAGS beat this thing.
Magic here. Help us support WAGS in its fight against cancer in Operation WAGS. See you there.
Cap here from Grim Reapers. I'll see you in the flight.
Hello people of YouTube, it's Deepak here. I'm going to be flying Red 4 during Operation WAGS. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Do me a solid, send some love to WAGS. All the best to you, man. Get well soon. Big love.
I'm El Rojito from Grey Flag. Come fly against me in Operation WAGS. See if you have what it takes to shoot me down. I bet you don't.
Hey guys, Favorite here with the Hooligans, and I only have two things to say. Answer, and see you over the battlefield. 3, 2, 1, fights on.
Hey everyone, Jen here from the Generic YouTube channel. I'll be participating as Red 4 in Operation WAGS. Show up, show out, come shoot us down, and come show your support for WAGS. Hope to see you in the sky.
Howdy boys, Hammy from Hammy on Twitch here. Can't wait to see all you guys fighting against us on Red 4 for Operation WAGS. See y'all there.
Hey guys, Bart Harbour here from the Mafia 45, and I just want to say wings for WAGS. Fight on, baby, see you there, yo!
Hey everyone, Hot Wheels here from Carrier Airwing 17. I'll be flying as Redder in Operation WAGS. So come join us in the skies, show your support for this excellent cause. See you out there.
Hey everybody, Jabbers here. Who's this guy? I'm here to get you guys to go and support WAGS. Join Operation WAGS. I'm going to demand it. You must go. And show this guy your love, your support. WAGS, I hope you beat this thing. Best of luck. Best wishes. All the love. I'll see you guys there.
Hey everyone, it's Blah242. Come find me flying low and slow in helicopters with the High Alpha Hooligans for Operation WAGS.
Jester357 from the Mafia on TikTok, representing Red 4 in Operation WAGS. Let's turn and burn, baby.
Yeah, mate, short back and sides. Oh, hi. I'm John Bloor. I'm the co-host of the DCS News with Deepak, and I'm going to be flying on Operation WAGS as Red 4. Come shoot me down.
Hey everyone, BFG California 909 here, also representing High Alpha Studios. Have you ever stopped up my stream and thought, man, I'm so much better than this dude? I believe you. I want to see it. I'll be flying Red 4 at Operation WAGS. Come by, support, and I'll see you in the digital skies.
Hey everybody, Keys here from the High Alpha Hooligans. I have organized Operation WAGS so you can show your support for the voice of DCS. Take to the skies, donate if you can. Let's make it a show of force, passion, and support. See you there.
Hola, Lufmanu here from Spain. I'm looking forward to seeing you all during Operation WAGS.
Hey everybody, Mr. Nightmare here from the Mafia. I'm looking forward to seeing each and every one of you in Operation WAGS. Fights on, baby.
It's your boy Mafia 44 call sign Smoke here, sending you a personal invite.
Alright.
Hi there, I'm Taron21 McGay from Pantherden, and I'll be flying Red 4 in Operation WAGS. I look forward to seeing you all in these virtual skies.
Howdy y'all, Mafia 26 checking in from the Mafia community. I'm Nicky Bobby, and I'll be flying Red 4 in the Mighty Fighting Falcon in Operation WAGS. Fights on, baby.
Hey everyone, Nineline here from Eagle Dynamics. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's shown so much support for WAGs and everyone that's going to take part in Operation WAGs, and especially those that have worked so hard to put this event together. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you all.
Hi folks, P-Pistol B here. Come fly with us as we support WAG's fight against cancer.
Hey everyone, it's Brickley here from Eagle Dynamics. Just kidding, it's Brickley, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in Operation WAGs.
Hello everyone, Ralphie Dude here. I hope to see you all in Operation WAGs, not only to support WAGs, but also for a chance to strike me down. Although, you know, good luck with that.
Hey everybody, Raptor Dad here from the Bushido Fighter Group. I'll be flying Red 4 and taking pictures of all their awesome flying. Let's fly hard for WAGs.
It's Raven here from Panther Den and CVW1. Come join the fight with us as we stand in solidarity with Matt Wagner and his family in his battle against cancer.
Hey everyone, Reload here from Reload Gaming Videos. And in this special fundraiser, Operation WAGs, we need your support in the dogfight.
Good day, this is Sedlow, and I'm very happy to be part of Operation WAGs. Master Armand, cleared hot, we'll see you in the skies.
Hello everyone, it's Skill here from Skill Simulations and the Grim Reapers. I'm looking forward to meeting you all in Operation WAGs.
Hey everybody, Smooth here from Panther. Looking forward to seeing you in Operation WAGs.
Hey there, Snake Venom here. We're really excited to bring the heat and see everybody come fight for our boy WAGs. Bring it on.
Hey everyone, Special K here from the Eagle Dynamics help channels. If I ever annoyed you with log file requests, page file questions, or anything else, now is the time to shoot me in the face or in the back. I'll be flying red in Operation WAGs. Join in and show me how good your performance really is.
Hey guys, Spud Spike here from the Royal Daimar Air Force DCS Wing. I'll be flying Red 4 in Operation WAGs. So come shoot me down for the cause of supporting WAGs in his fight against cancer. As a cancer survivor myself, I can tell you just how important and meaningful your support is, no matter how large or small.
Hey everyone, Tabs Original here. And I want all of you to try shoot me down in Operation WAGs.
Hey everyone, Rotor Reality here. Come shoot us down at the special WAGs event to support Matthew Wagner in his fight against cancer. Stay strong, WAGs, we got your back.
Hey everybody, this is Vader with High Alpha Hooligans. I'm going to be playing with Red 4 for Operation WAGs, and if you think you can shoot me down, bring it on.
Hey everyone, Viper Combat from Portugal. I'll be flying Red 4 in Operation WAGs. Join us and let's fight cancer together.
Hey everyone, Whomstaxual here from Fellow Flight. I'll be on Red 4 for Operation WAGs. Come join us in supporting him by trying to splash me and other creators out of the sky.
I'm not getting paid enough for this.
Oh, Jester, relax.
Hi everyone, Zank here from JTFF French Group. We do need your help to fight and fuck cancer on Operation WAGs, so don't miss it, and see you there. Love you.
And finally, Editor Sharko here. I'll be flying Operation WAGs on Red 4, so come shoot me down. As always, a massive thanks to the creators who were able to send in clips, but for the viewers out there, these aren't all of them. There's a high chance your favorite creator will be flying on Operation WAGs, so come join in on Blue 4.
If you're joining us for the very first time, welcome to the Strike Fighter League. And for those back from OTS-1, welcome to OTS-2. I'm Justin Walters, alongside my wingman and 22-year retired Marine Corps Top Gun aviator Rob DeHiggy Tomlinson. DeHiggy, it's been a few months since we were away from the desk. Catch me up. What happened last time?
Well, let's see. Viper dominated the competition. He took the crown as the first OTS champion. And I seem to recall that you had some delusional thoughts of being able to beat me in a simulated dogfight.
You're not wrong. Your memory serves you correctly. That day is coming, I promise you. You watch and see. 3 months ago, though, on this very broadcast, 8 pilots from all over the world fought for $10,000 for the OTS-1 crown. One of them walked away with it. His name was Viper, and today he defends it.
Let's not forget about Mayo. He's back as well, and I think this time he's got something to prove.
Oh, he certainly does. That's right, our runner-up from OTS-1, Mayo, is back on the field, and so is Ahab. The legend continues. The other 5 pilots make their very first OTS appearance. They may be from different countries with different stick times, but they are all fighting for the same title, DeHiggy.
That's right, OTS-2 champion.
Today we'll meet those 8 pilots. We'll walk you through the trials events that got them here. We'll reveal the seating for the Dogfight Bracket, and then live BFM, quarterfinals, semis, finals, and by the end of the day, the OTS-2 champion will be crowned.
Hell yeah!
But before we begin, a quick take on the SFL viewing experience. We're live streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, so thank you for joining us, as well as our very own website, www.the-sfl.com, where you can view the entire experience, engage in multi-viewing experience under the competition tab. Make sure you select OTS-2, where you'll find multiple camera angles, pilot profiles, and the scoring dynamics for a more in-depth OTS-2 experience. But that's not the only new addition. We've also got a special guest. You heard me correctly, coming to you live from Australia, Royal Australian Air Force fighter pilot, Red Bull Air Race world champion, and new colleague of the SFL, that's Matt Hall. We'll meet him in a few. Before we do, our broadcast 4 shift is not complete without Miss Sibley Scholes. Sibley, over to you. To Sibley shortly. Thank you for everyone that was patient. We're excited to get OTS-2 off and running. What excites you the most? It's been 3 months, man.
Well, I think I'm just excited about the competition. We've got 8 awesome competitors coming back to fight. I think it's going to be awesome.
It is. We also have 6 different countries representing. Brazil is deep in this competition. I know you have high hopes. The Harpia Squadron, Wolf was in OTS-1, and now we have 2 new competitors that will be representing the Harpia Squadron, and they're pretty fierce.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was impressed seeing them in the trials. Those guys are here, they mean business, and they're ready to get the job done, I think. I think they're looking for Viper.
A brief overview for those that are very new to OTS-2. 3 months ago, we gathered, we had representatives from several countries. The field was split in half. You had 4 Americans, 4 people from different countries. We had Germany represented, as well as a few others. But in the end, the champion was Viper, and he definitely crushed it. And he used his winnings for his wedding, which was amazing in itself. He had a great interview.
Yeah, I think that was super cool to see. The guy's in the moment, he's getting ready to get married, gets an extra 10 grand to throw at it. I think that's great. I really think it's awesome.
But what really struck me from that interview is he told me about this was the best experience that he has ever been in. The live competition, he said he felt the nerves. It was pressure-filled and impact. And we're going to see these 8 new pilots today. They're going to go through that very same experience.
Oh, I tell you what, I think it's different. When you're sitting there, playing a video game or whatnot, it's different than being in the arena with a live experience. Talk about the adrenaline, your palms starting to sweat, realizing this is it, everything's on the line, and it's an actual competition. I think that's pretty special.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. Now, do you still feel the same way that you did about the Hornet versus the Viper going into OTS-2? Because the Viper was crowned champion. Viper also flies a Viper. But in this race, we have 5 Hornets. So are you switching?
I'll tell you straight up. It's all about the man in the box. Everybody knows that, right?
Okay.
It's not necessarily about the machine. You got to know your machine and how to employ it, but it's really about the man in the box when it comes down to it. But I'll just bring it out there. We have 5 competitors that know what they're doing, and they chose the Hornet. I think that says something.
We also have 3 competitors that are very skilled that also chose the Viper.
True statement.
Remind us again why you are in favor of the Hornet versus the Viper. Give me the advantages for that specific aircraft.
Well, obviously I'm biased because I flew it for 22 years, but I would say the Hornet is the jack of all trades, master of none. A lot of people know that phrase, but it's incredibly maneuverable at slow speeds, which most dogfights degrade into some sort of slow speed fight on the deck. The Hornet, I think, has the advantage with the maneuverability. So I'll take maneuverability all day long over the ability to rate.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to it all. Once again, we have a 4-member team. That's Rob the Higgy Tomlinson. I'm Justin. We're also going to hear from Nat Hall from Red Bull. But now to the 4th member of our team, that is Sibley Scholes. Over to you, Sibley.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back to the Strike Fighter League. I'm Sibley Scholes coming to you from the SFL hangar, and I'm fired up for OTS-2. And let me tell you what a difference 3 months makes. When the league opened submissions for OTS-2, the bar moved. Tougher competition, a longer verification window, and the field showed up, ready and willing to fly the extra mile. Hundreds of pilots from 42 countries and 6 continents, hours of submitted runs, all chasing the coveted 6 open seats. Because as a reminder, our defending champion Viper and OTS-1 runner-up Mayo had automatic bids. But before we introduce you to the humans manning the machines, let's meet the machines first. Behind me, you'll find 2 of the most iconic fighter jets ever built, the FA-18 Hornet and the F-16 Viper. These are the 2 airframes our pilots get to choose from in OTS-2. Make no mistake, the airframe a pilot chooses tells you a little something about how they're going to fight. So let's break it down side by side. Top speed, the Viper takes it. Mach 2 to the Hornet's Mach 1.8. But hold that number because it doesn't really fly today. The fight starts at 350 knots, a mile apart. Nobody touches the Mach in a guns-only knife fight. Thrust to weight, Viper wins on paper. 1 big engine, light airframe. But that assumes a full tank, and these fights do not start with full internal fuel. Both jets turn in at exactly 3,500 pounds of fuel, and at that weight, the Hornet's 2 engines pull it close to even, so that paper advantage doesn't really apply either. Turn performance. Here's where the Hornet shines. World-class nose authority at low speed. It can point and shoot when the energy is gone. Keep it fast, and the Viper, the sustained rate fighter, can work the circle, forcing the other jet to bleed first. Time with your nose on, rounds on target, the overshoot you force. Our scoring rewards all of it, and it's all calculated and displayed in real time right here. Fuel. Again, we take this variable off the table. Both start at 3,500 pounds. Whoever wins, wins with the gun, not on the fuel gauge. Guns, same in each jet. The M61 Vulcan, 20 millimeter, 6,000 rounds a minute. The difference? The magazine. The Hornet carries 578 rounds, the Viper 511. Call it 13% more trigger time for the Hornet. And in a guns-only fight, every burst matters. And the character of the fight itself. The Hornet is the angles fighter. Slow, point, take the shot the other pilot can't. The Viper, the energy fighter. Fast, vertical, make the other jet break first. 2 airframes, many philosophies, but only 3 sets. Highest impact score advances. Everything else is just noise. The airframe a pilot picks is a window into how they think. The Hornet drivers, they're patient. They trust the airframe in the slow fight. The Viper drivers, they want the rate fight. But ultimately, it comes down to the man in the box and how well they operate their weapon system, their airframe. Well, now you know what they're flying and why. It's time to meet who will be in the cockpits. Here are the 8 pilots who earned their spot in today's competition. In the number 8 seed from the United States, flying the F-16 Viper is Bryce Deluski, call sign D-Ski.
A lot of my family works around aviation. I've loved fighter jets since I was a kid. I eventually enlisted in the Air Force, though I went into computers, not jets. There's pressure leading up to the event, but it's hard to think about anything else when you're in the fight. Then you just follow the level of your training and good luck. I'm putting the reps in the sim, but I'm also studying the competition, watching videos from OTS-1. I'm coming for you, Viper.
In the number 7 seed from Belgium, flying the FA-18 Hornet, is Tobias Laverge, call sign Tobias.
I personally love tactical aviation because every engagement is a puzzle. It's not just about who is flying the fastest, but about making the right decision under pressure, adapting to your opponent, and constantly improving. What separates me is I develop missions, make tools, and campaigns. That knowledge helps me make better decisions in the air. You may outrun the horse, but you can't outturn the Hornet. I'll see you in a merge.
In the number 6 seed from Canada, flying the FA-18 Hornet, is Greg Howard, call sign Goose.
Why do I love tactical aviation? Because it takes all of the challenges of normal aviation, the navigating systems management, and it requires a higher level of precision and situational awareness. I'm not sure how many other people are in real life pilots. I have somewhere north of 10,000 flight hours in light bush planes to warbirds to unlimited aerobatics airplanes.
I came to SFL to win. If you're flying against me, I hope you brought your A game.
In the number 5 seed from the United States, flying the F-16 Viper and making his second appearance in OTS, is Michael Sprague, call sign Ahab.
What's there not to love about tactical aviation? Being at 500 and 600 knots, doing low-level runs, putting warheads on foreheads. The most important aspect of training is probably trying to train out the idea of things being predictable, because combat is not predictable. The first casualty of any engagement is your plan. What does winning OTS-2 mean to you personally? It's being able to say that I was good enough to get into this bracket, and then further, I was able to win.
In the number 4 seed from Brazil, flying the FA-18 Hornet, is Rangel Alcantara, call sign Trigger.
Follow a very simple philosophy. You fly leg for the win, and you fly lead for the kill. In a dogfight, you have to think strategically, you have to think ahead, you have to think about possible outcomes for every decision that you make. It's like playing chess at high speed. I don't really feel this pressure. For me, it's just another BFM competition, and I'm cool. I'm cool as ice.
In the number 3 seed, also from Brazil, flying the FA-18 Hornet, is Gueric Abreu, call sign Gueric.
I believe that a great pilot is defined by discipline, preparation, and the willingness to keep learning. Every single match I join, I feel a little bit of adrenaline rush. The goal is to use this adrenaline to get your mind to the level of sharpness you need to do the fight on the right way. I think the ultimate goal of the training is to become one with the machine, so you no longer fight consciously, but you fight just by thinking alone.
In the number 2 seed from Italy, the runner-up from OTS-1, flying the FA-18 Hornet, is Federico Aloco, call sign Mayo.
I love tactical aviation because I think it's the best way of flying any kind of aircraft, because you have to push yourself to the limit, you have to push the adversary to the limit, and also you have to push the aircraft to the limit. I think that I've made a lot of mistakes in OTS-1, so I just want to prove myself that I wasn't there for chance, but I wasn't there because I was one of the best pilots in DCS. Remember guys, the tip of the spear best to be sharp, so may the best win and fights on!
And the number 1 seed from Germany, the returning OTS champion, flying the F-16 Viper, is Mario Schweiger, call sign Viper.
Yeah, the pressure is much higher than I ever felt in an online tournament. But I love pressure. In OTS-1 I was so nervous. This time I want to be more precise. I want to be a killer in the dogfight. Maybe I want to be more bold than I was in the first one. I will do my best to defend my title.
There they are. 8 pilots, 8 seats, 1 crown. By the end of OTS-2, one of them walks away with $10,000 and the title. The other 7 leave knowing exactly what, or should I say who, stood in their way. Justin and Dahigi, back to you guys.
Thanks, Sibley. 8 pilots, 3 from OTS-1, 5 new to the SFL arena. And how about this, Dahigi? We've got family ties in the ready room. Turns out our 10th seed, 15-year-old phenom Rooster, who's also an alternate in OTS-2, was also an alternate in OTS-1, is the son of the number 6 seed Goose.
Man, I tell you what, that's really awesome.
That is wicked. Rooster will be in the ready room cheering his dad on. Now that is pretty special. Take a look at that photo of them too.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, Dahigi, back to business. Which pilot has your eye in this competition?
Ooh, that's a tough one. We got a lot of great competitors. I'll tell you what. You know I have to go with my Hornet pilots, of course, since I'm biased in that direction. But I'm going to say I'm going to go with Garrick. I mean, I really do. I think this guy means business. He's calm, he's sharp, he's focused, he's determined. You know, he's clearly demonstrated his skill. He won 2 of the trials leading into this, 2 of the 3. But I also like what the Harpy Squadron has going on. Those guys have collaborated and worked together, and I think they've got a really good training program. I know they worked really hard on perfecting their skills in BFM, and I think that's going to count at the end of the day in this OTS-2.
We're going to find out very shortly. Before we break down the top scored runs from each of the 3 trial events and see how the BFM bracket got seeded, we've got someone in the booth who knows a thing or two about flying for the win. His career titles include Fighter Combat Instructor, a Wing Commander in the Royal Australian Air Force, and still the reigning Red Bull Air Race World Champion. And as of today, the newest voice in the SFL Global Broadcast booth. Joining us live from Australia, this is Matt Hall.
Pressure has a way of exposing who you really are. Aviation has been the hub of my life, right from when I was sitting in a plane next to my dad. I was able to fly planes before I could drive a car. I didn't really think about being a fighter pilot until I saw Top Gun. Wouldn't that be cool? But it did seem a bridge too far for me, and I was talked out of even trying to do it. I had this realization that rather than listening to other people's opinions, I was prepared to fail in my attempt to become a fighter pilot, so at least I knew I couldn't be, rather than just spend the rest of my life wondering if they were right and I was wrong. Growing up where I did, on a small farm riding motorbikes, getting kicked out of class at school, you probably wouldn't say I was the officer and gentleman type, which was one of the reasons I was being talked out of becoming a fighter pilot. But once I joined, I saw a method of conducting yourself. I looked up to my leaders. People had respect for others and themselves and worked well as a team. And it just changed my way of thinking. I'd actually got the highest score in Air Force history for a graduate. I rapidly adopted the Defence Force's mindset of serve and protect and do anything you have to keep the rest of the people you look after safe. I have been in combat in the Middle East in 2003. I was actually on the shock and awe mission. I think fighter pilots are different to the average person in the fact that we're not scared of things going wrong. Most people I know outside of my fighter pilot community, they'll get scared about stuff. When you're in a fighter doing Mach 2, If something goes wrong, you can't just go, hang on a tick, I'm going to pull over and deal with it. You have to deal with it at Mach 2, and you can't stop dealing with it until you're on the ground and the plane's shut down. That's the way you want to behave, and that's the way you want to react to everything else in your life. And you will take that mentality, take that mindset through with you to the day you die. My parents raised me, but the Defence Force turned me into the man I am. I'd been in the military for probably 15 or 16 years. There was a threat of a desk job. I guess I was just starting to look at what was I going to do. Then this thing called the Red Bull Air Race turned up, and I started looking at it thinking, that is an amazing thing to do in an aircraft. It's got everything I like. It's got competition, it's high speed, it's high G. I want to have a crack at this. My first year in racing in 2009, I didn't win any races, but I did get a podium at an individual race, and I ended up coming in ranked number 3 in the world. And then in 2019, I was able to come back.
Congratulations, you have won the 2019 World Championship.
When I first saw the SFL, it became apparent to me that they were using real tactics and they were measuring performance on a set of rules that were obviously designed by people that knew what they were doing, real fighter pilots. It's basically a combination of everything I've done in my life. There's the precision, there's the pressure, there's the speed, there's the competitor that can take you out and knock you out of the round. Nothing in life comes for free if it's worth doing. So you have to earn your position, but everybody can do it. Work hard on learning the rules, work hard on improving your skills. I think it's going to be the person that's the best person at concentrating on piloting in the here and now is going to win this competition. The question is not if it'll become a global spectator sport, the question is when, and I think when is actually right now.
Matt, welcome to the SFL. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you join us all the way from Australia. Thanks again. How are you feeling about today? Not sure if Matt can hear us at all. Matt, do you copy? Hey, Matt, it's Justin here, joining you live from the SFL studios with the Higgy Tomlinson. Can you copy?
Doesn't look like you can hear
Looks
us.
like we have a few technical issues. All good. We're gonna get Matt able to join us. Obviously, that was a wicked video of him. I know that, man, that experience just to see him, the way that he was able to finesse through the virtual course as well as in real life.
I tell you what, that was pretty exhilarating watching that, man. The intensity of, the skill required to maneuver those aircraft through the course at low altitude like that. I mean, that's intensity. Unlike being in a simulator environment where you're never worried about your life necessarily. That is 100% the real deal, man. That is that is intense.
I felt like you had goosebumps watching.
I did. I was getting excited watching. I was like, man, that is awesome. Like, I want to do that.
So coming up, once we're able to get comms with Matt, we're going to be able to break down a few of the trial runs that we saw by our competitors. Unlike OTS-1 and OTS-2, we're only going to show you the very top score. And we're going to start off with speed. And of course, we're going to have Matt's lovely expertise breaking it all down. But let's give them a sneak peek. What do you like about the speed course? Because it goes through all of Las Vegas.
Again, like I talked about in OTS-1, like to have the opportunity to fly a fighter jet, 100 feet off the deck, right down the boulevard in the center of Las Vegas. That would be like probably your last flight in the military, but it would be totally worth it, I think. That would be awesome. Just raging around the casinos and the hotels, I think that'd be great.
What was one of the toughest aspects of the trial course in speed that you really thought troubled some of the pilots?
Well, I think if you look at it, when you're in a machine that has that amount of performance, you think it can, wrap it around the corners really tight, but this course was very challenging. It was, some of the maneuvers required are outside the capability of the aircraft. For example, doing a level turn, a lot of times you'll see, the pilots pop up off in order to make the minimum turn radius required to get back onto the next gate. So it's pretty intense.
Yeah, it's 17 nautical miles, a very difficult course. You're going to get 2 laps through the Las Vegas skyline. And I know that you would prefer to use the Hornet through that, especially because of the turn rate.
Oh, no doubt, but it is speed. And, you know, I'll say the Viper has the advantage in the acceleration and speed, no doubt. But there's a lot of portions of the course that require a little bit less speed and a little bit more finesse to bend that aircraft into the next gate. So I think I would still probably prefer the Hornet.
Okay, I get that. The second trial that we'll be able to show you once we're able to connect with Matt is going to be precision. Now, what is your favorite weapon? Because in OTS-1, you were going all over the place.
Hey, I'm a fighter pilot, man. The #1 weapon, hands down, no doubt, is the gun. Now, to clarify, I mean, the rockets, those things are blaster fun. The sound they make, it is awesome.
All right, awesome. I just heard that we finally were able to get in touch with Matt. So joining us live from Australia, another member of the Strike Fighter League, the newest member. Yeah, Matt, are you? That thumbs down wasn't for us. Thumbs up if you can hear me, Matt. All right, we'll try to connect with Matt again. All good, guys. This is part of the process. We appreciate those that are patient, that are joining us. Reminder, we have Matt joining us from Australia. We have 6 different countries that are represented today. So many other applicants and competitors that wanted to be a part of OTS-2. This is part of the process. We're gonna have fun with this. So if you're watching on YouTube as well as Twitch, just be patient. It's all good. Trust me, it's gonna be worth it. For those in the comments that watch OTS-1, make sure that you tell those that are new to OTS-2 about what you saw in the championship and once dogfighting started, because Mayo and Viper brought it. You also had Wolf, you had Ahab, who's also returning, 3 returners, 5 new competitors. It's going to be worth the wait. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not to mention like Dusty, Pribs. I mean, there's all guys that were in the running for this competition. It came down to the wire. So when we're talking about, you know, seats 1 through 8, I mean, the 1 versus 8 was such a narrow window. I mean, it's going to be an intense competition. I'm excited.
It is. And unlike 3 months ago, I was going to say last year, that's how long it feels like we've been doing this. What you saw in OTS-1, specifically in the dogfighting, is that there were some perch sets, and then the last was a beam. Not anymore. The excitement we saw through a beam, we made some adjustments. The team behind the scenes said we're only going to do a beam, and it's going to be some co-altitude splits, correct?
Well, yeah, it's not, it's differential altitude. So you'll have 1 aircraft up at 17,500 feet and 1 starting down at 12,500 feet. And I think that's really going to throw a twist in the mix for these pilots, because that is not something that we're used to. Normally you set up with a neutral level start and you turn in. I think it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for these guys, and they're going to learn real quick. Like, got to employ different techniques to manage your energy. You know, if you're coming from low to high versus high to low. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they do. I'm excited.
Yeah, and on the very last set, it will be co-altitude. It'll be 15,000 feet.
That's
so
correct.
We'll be able to have that merge.
That's correct.
And we're going to see the live UIS in time, the digital scoring system factoring so many other skills, whether it's offensive, defensive skills, all of that factors in. So for you, give them a sneak peek of what you're looking for in dogfighting, because this is why people are tuning in. I saw some comments when people were waiting. They're like, when's the dogfighting going to start?
Well, I tell you, I mean, for me, in the real world, I'm looking for the quick kill. I mean, I don't want to be engaged in a dogfight any longer than I have to. I don't want to do the ballet, dancing around the sky, trying to get into that control zone. I'm going to try to shoot the guy right in the face, right from the get-go. That's what I want to see. Some aggressive tenacity, fangs out, and get the job done. So I'll be curious to see how these pilots do. But I mean, guns only, it is a different fight.
All right, awesome. Can't wait for it. We still have a lot to discuss, and we mentioned the trial. So once again, let's try to have connected with one of the newest members of our team, Matt Hall, joining us live from Australia. Matt, thumbs up if you can hear us. We're excited for you to be here today. Yeah. OTS-2, are you with us? How you feeling about today?
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. And I've obviously watched OTS-1, and congrats to all the pilots who have made it here to OTS-2. And I'm really actually pretty excited to see how this plays out today.
Absolutely. So we've got 3 trials to walk through today before we touch the bracket. As we mentioned, it's going to be speed, accuracy, and precision. 3 different events, 3 different skill domains, all run through this broadcast and all scored against league standards. Combined, the trials became the invitation to OTS-2 and set the seating for what we're all excited for, the Dogfight Bracket. All right, Matt, get ready. The speed trial is exactly what it sounds like. One pilot, one course, against the clock, start gate to finish gate, the full commitment. Right, Higgy?
Oh, absolutely.
Speed is going to be exciting. So every gate, you've already known the motto, miss it, skip it, clip it. That is going to be the motto. It is going to be a 40-second penalty. So it's not how fast, it's also about how clean you're able to run through this course. So Matt, walk us through what you're seeing here.
Yeah, so for the speed one, it's pretty much going to come down to two things. First of all, how they lead turn the gate. It's not just point at the gate. You've got to get some turn room and lead it nice and tight. Second thing is while you want to go as fast as you can, you don't want to be too fast. There's two corners in there that if you're above corner velocity, you're going to blow out and not be able to stay in the track.
Yeah, that sounds really good, Matt, especially if you were able to size it up and how difficult that course is. What stood out to you about speed there?
I mean, just the performance of these pilots, I mean, working in the vertical to get around some of the different rings. I mean, that was, some advanced maneuvering to get that aircraft aligned for the next gate.
Yeah, it certainly was. That was pretty sound advice there. So, all right, folks, we're going to take you through the #1 speed trial run, and now it's scored by the #3 seed, and that is a Brazilian pilot, one of your favorites. That's Garrick. Before we roll the tape, a word on the aircraft paint schemes you're about to see. Every trial run through OTS-2 flew in what we would call standard markings. The Hornets wear VFA 37 markings, the Raging Bulls. That's a U.S. Navy squadron that's flown off carrier decks since Vietnam, from Yankee Station to Iraqi Freedom. The Vipers carry the red tail flash of the 77th Fighter Squadron. The Gamblers out of Shaw Air Force Base, a unit older than the Air Force itself, standing up in 1918. Those are the intro-level standard paint schemes in DCS world, and in our trials arena, they represent something important to Higgy, that only one variable is important, and that is the pilot. And in the speed trial, it was Garrick, who certainly showed out. Let's check out what Garrick was able to do, and Matt's going to break it down.
So here we are, running out of Vegas International. Okay, so Berners riding up here on takeoff. He's off to the side of the runway here. Pretty yaw there on the runway. Okay, he's pretty aggressive. That's a pretty aggressive takeoff. He's actually started his turn while on the ground because the timer doesn't start to wait off wheel. So here we go. Gate 1 there, up into the wave. See if he can lead turn this. He'll be heading down the hill as he goes through. That's a good pull. Yeah, he's on this straight through there. Just now to get past. Look at this, down through the straight there. First air, yep. Don't want to go through that gate there. He's making it good. He is accelerating nicely. Righto, a bit of an over lead turn. He makes it through there. So this is a nice high pulling gate here. He's still putting energy on, so he's really got the burners lit. You can see the trailing edge flaps are sagged there, so he's pulling hard. Righto, get some speed on. He should be starting to get around supersonic here now. Another good lead turn here. That's a good lead turn. Didn't waste any angles. Good extension up to the high gate. You can see the angle he's taken there. It's a really good turn. Righto, now let's get some speed on. He should be able to get supersonic here, straight down the back straight. It's looking good. Okay. He should be supersonic, but he's got to, oh, there we go, big boom. He's got to slow down here. He's got the board out. It's a first big turn. He's gone high. He's using a high yo-yo here to try and get around the corner. You can see Lady Liberty down there. It's a tight turn. It's very steep. This could be bad. That's right on the edge there. And the GPWS going off into it. So here we come back through the gates again into the first tee here. It's a reversing turn into the second tee. This is one of the highest turns here. He's got to really be right on the 35 alpha limit. You can see the leading edge flaps dug in there. Pretty steep on the exit. He's flat plated slightly. That's going to hurt him on his speed coming back out the other end. Burners are lit once again through dealer's choice here. A run to the finishing line. Should be able to get supersonic again, or pretty damn close to it. What is he at? 0.98 through the finishing gate. That's a pretty clean run. I'd be ranking that one up with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we showed it, Matt. Thanks for that breakdown. Here's a quick look at the top placements on speed. Elapsed time plus penalties yields a score out of 100. Some names you'll recognize, some you won't, because to make it to OTS, you have to be the complete pilot. Speed is only one component. Up next, we're gonna have accuracy, and that one's gonna also be exciting. That is a new trial added for OTS-2. 3 aerial targets, different sizes, different speeds, different radar. Pilots have to engage all 3 between the start and finish gate using nothing but the gun. Splash all 3. Bring rounds home you didn't need. Be efficient. Every miss, every wasted burst, it shows up in that score.
That's right. Marksmanship at pace.
And the penalty structure is unforgiving. Every aerial target left airborne at the finish gate adds a 90-second penalty.
That's right. Close enough doesn't exist on a scoreboard built on efficiency.
No, it doesn't. Matt, accuracy at speed, talk to me. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, for taking a gunshot, there's a couple of ways you can do it. The classic way is to join the turn circle and take a tracking shot from behind the other aircraft. Gives you the most time, but the most efficient way, but highest risk of not getting the kill is forward quarter, high closure rate with just a slashing gunshot. If you think you've got the line, take the shot, and that's going to be the fastest way, but it's high risk.
Well, we'll keep that in mind. Let's take a look at the top run from our OTS competitors, flown by another Brazilian pilot, our number 4 seed, Trigger.
Brazil making a statement in the trials.
Yeah, they certainly are. Here's a quick look at the accuracy board, but let's take a look at the video from Trigger and see what we're able to see, all those things that Matt was able to show. All right, Matt, walk us through what you're seeing here from Trigger, the 4 seed.
Right. So we're into the shot. He's got a radar lock already in his aim 9 mode, but he's only got the gun available, so he needs to be cycling the gun any time now. It's a big target, this one. Actually, I can see it there. He's moving, he's smoking, he's in burner. 1.44 Mach, no radar lock. That's a big issue for him. Okay, that is a very short burst, and he's got it. Wow, that was aggressive. He's you can see his burners are lit. He's heading down the hill at Mach 1.5. This is impressive aggression. Okay, he's up against the flanker here. His rear quarter. This is going to slow the closure down for him. So it's he's still doing 1.3. Another good burst. It was a nicely controlled gunshot, that one. Still burners lit. Back down the hill, supersonic. You can hear the crack there. This one's going to be tough. It's a drone, okay? So it's small, it's slow, hard for his radar to track. Still supersonic. He's not backing off. Okay, there's the drone. How's he looking for the... Okay, it's look-up shots. Good for his gun, good for his radar. He is 1 point... It's a... Whoa!
Wow.
That was impressive. Okay, all he's got to do now is get in through the finishing gates, full burner, off he goes, into the finishing line. He's just gone from 30-odd thousand feet to ground level in a matter of seconds with 3 gunshots. That's impressive.
Beyond impressive. Once again, go ahead, Dave.
That trigger discipline was amazing. I mean, that's like Top Gun standard and then some. I mean, that was awesome. Didn't waste a single bullet. I mean, taking manual gunshots like that, forward quarter, that was impressive.
Yeah, it really was, and the reason why he was the top scorer in that trial. Let's take a look at the top scores from that, because Trigger led the group and we're able to show how everything shook out. Once again, some of the people that you see on this scoreboard, they didn't make it to OTS, but Trigger had the best trial of that. But these scores set the BFM. They do not decide how everything shakes out in the dogfighting, right, Higgy?
That's right. That's absolutely correct. I mean, like we said before, they just buy you your seat with the trials, but it comes down to the man in the box in the arena when it comes to the dogfight. That's what it's all about.
Here's a look there. Once again, you may see some other names that were not able to advance to OTS-2, but the reason is because we have to have the cumulative score from all 3 trials. So that's 2 trials in the book. We have 1 more to break down, and that should be exciting with Matt. So, all right, Matt, so next up, we're gonna have accuracy. So walk us through what are the keys for accuracy.
Yeah, so I reckon this is as close as it gets to combat. You know, we've had the guys show they can fly low, they can fly fast, but there's no point getting to the target and missing it because you didn't get the right weapons program, you didn't manage your energy, or you just didn't get the good track. So they have to really focus to get there as fast as possible, then slow themselves down, slow their breathing down, and just make sure that that last bit of the precision is right there.
All right, we're going to keep all of that in mind. And to no surprise, Matt, you already know, once again, it's another Brazilian with the top score in this trial. We just saw Trigger, and in the first one, it was Garrick. Here is Garrick again with the top score. So walk us through this video and what impressed you about Garrick's run here, because it was one of the top scores through all of OTS-2 for the trials.
Okay, so we're out of Nellis this time. He's done similar to his last run. He started the turn before he even breaks ground there. He's in a configuration here. He's got a couple of selectable 82s, and then he's got the 2 rocket pods on the left outboard station, which is really going to affect his drag and also make the plane a bit asymmetric. Under the power line, so he knows how to low fly, this guy. He's already proved that in the first run on speed. So right down low. This is looking good. He's being smooth with the jet. He's keeping his speed up. His lead turning the gates nicely. Looking good. Oop. Bit of a yug on the stick there. He probably gave himself a bit of a scare. And we're coming up to the first pull-up point for the first weapons attack. So I'll be looking to put some high drag weapons down on this one with just because I don't have to go as high. I don't have to waste much time. He's gone pretty high here, and he's pretty quick. It's looking like he's actually taking slicks, actually. No high drag, so he's got 2 slicks off. Looks like it's an effective pass. He's back down low with GPWS going off. He is low, but he's doing a good job. Right up, in through the next couple of turning gates. He's doing good nape of the earth flying. Look at that. He'll be transonic here. Even with the rocket pods on, he'll still be able to be transonic, I reckon, under more power lines. Here comes the next pull-up point. So rocket attack, he'll be looking at getting rid of 14 CRV-7s. His salvo would be the program I'd be taking. He's got to control his speed once again. He doesn't want to be too fast down the dive here. Okay, he's got his burners out. He needs to be at idle, I reckon, to really just get that nice smooth. There he is, idle. Get some nice smooth tracking here. All weapons gone. There's a low release. It's a low recovery. That was low. Could have hurt himself with some frag there, getting it, and yeah, he's getting a bit fully on the stick there. He's getting agitated. That's interesting. His pods are still on. They're drag. He should have jettisoned his pods after he fired the weapon. So it's just slowing him down. He's got a bit of yaw, asymmetry yaw. There they go. He's just pickled him, punched him off into suburbia there. He probably looked at his stores page and saw. Okay, now he's got gun, he's got AGR, CCIP. Everything is set. He's supersonic. You heard the crack there. The pod's gone now. He's pushing hard into the last pull-up gate. Up the hill. It's a gunshot. He needs to slow down. He needs to give himself the track time. There he is, idle and bored. He's doing the right thing. Get himself, slow down, take that breath. Big breath, slow down. He's already inside mid-range. Okay, he's got the shots off. It's a low recovery. Hope he hasn't fragged himself there, but it's a good shot. Now it's just clean the jet up. Full burner, unload it, either punch the stick slightly forward, get those leading edge flaps out of the way. The jet should be supersonic again in very few seconds. He is down low. Get into ground effect. We'd use ground effect in racing whenever we could to get fast. Okay, here comes finishing gate. That's a good look. Straight down through there. There he is. He's supersonic. GPWS going off. Finishes there. Supersonic crack. That's a good run. Well done. He's nailed it on that one.
That was a wicked finish. Let's take a look at the leaderboard right there. There are the top scores for precision. It's pretty smart right there. Love the breakdown there from you, Matt. So we have 3 trials in the books. Let's see where the 8 competitors are stacking up with the bracket seeding. We're going to be coming to, that was a precision. So you have Garrick right there who had the top score, but here is the bracket seeding. So starting off with Viper, who got the automatic bid. He is the returning champion. Mayo is the runner-up, recognizing from Italy. In at the 3, you have Ahab, followed by Goose. So it's been great all around. Trials are done. The leaderboard built the parking spots, but as the Higgy told you 3 months ago, you remember what you trials say you can fly, remember?
Box trials say you can fly, but Dogfight says you can fight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Important reminder for the new audience. Trial scores do not carry over. They only set the bracket. Today's Dogfight decides everything. Matt, quick read. Of those matchups that I just mentioned, which one sticks out to you?
For me, I liked Trigger's aggression and his sight handling air to air. But I think Viper, he's got the runs on the board with OTS-1. So I'd be looking forward to seeing Trigger and Viper fight, actually.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen on the first out of the block, though, right? That's going to be
no. That could
later,
be a possibility in the semifinals.
Yeah,
I tell you what, first round matchups in the quarters.
I'm looking at the first round matchup. I think I'm going to go with Viper and Deesky. Viper, he's got the experience, he's got the jitters out, he knows what to expect from OTS-1. But there's a lot of weight on his shoulder, a lot of pressure. As the crown champion already, there's a lot of people that are gunning for him. And I know one in particular, Deesky, mentioned that he was coming directly for Viper. So, and not to mention they're both flying the Viper. So, like aircraft, I'll be curious to see how that fight unfolds. And that's right out of the block. I'm excited to see it.
All right. I think we're all ready for some dogfighting. Matt, thank you again so much for joining us from Australia. Stick around, though. Your wisdom.
Thanks, guys. Good luck to everyone, and fight's on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Fight's on.
We'll see you again before the finals. Love that breakdown from Matt. Well, you know who they are. You know how they got here. But before we show you who's leaving with the crown and $10,000, we've got a story to tell. Sibley's back in the hangar with another SFL original production. Lights down, eyes up. Get your popcorn ready. You know what time it is. Sibley, over to you.
There's a moment in every flight movie where you stop watching from the couch and you start seeing through the canopy. That's the trick of cinema. Done right, it stops being a film and starts being a moment you share with those who lived it. The SFL has partnered with the creators behind History Channel's Dogfights, the highest rated show in the network's history. Together, we're using DCS World as a time machine, recreating some of the most consequential air engagements ever flown, keeping these stories and the pilots who flew them alive and honored. At OTS-1, director J.P. Fair brought us a film called Ambush. Tonight, he brings us a gripping tactical reconstruction of the legendary air combat that led to 2 of the most iconic engagements of the Gulf War. It was January 19th, 1991. Operation Desert Storm over Iraq. Cut off in hostile airspace, Captain Cesar Rico Rodriguez and his wingman Craig Mole Underhill found themselves in a deadly close-quarters aerial duel against the Iraqi Air Force's finest fighters. Ladies and gentlemen, from France, this is J.P. Fair with Sitco.
On January 19th, our initial mission was we were defensive counter-air. Our job was to protect the high-value assets, tankers, AWACS, rivet joint, everybody who was in support of the offensive counter-air missions which were moving forward.
I
was flying number 2. My flight lead was Rico Rodriguez. We're basically capping on the southern part of Iraqi airspace. You get off the tanker, go north, and all you're thinking is flying and executing the training that you've had pounded into you for a couple of years.
Contact 330 for 13. Sicko, copy. 290 left, go. Bogey, 8 miles out. 2, same, locker.
I know that someone is looking at me with radar energy. His fire control system is now alive and well and potentially able to take a shot against me. My defensive mindset is first to take my aircraft and get down below 8,000 feet so that his radar is now looking at me and includes the ground clutter. Mole calls a visual on me, and now we're building our mutual support again. My first thought process is let's get the hell out of here.
Sicko, bandit is down. Sicko, second contact, 10 miles north.
Back into the fight, I direct the formation to check to the north-northwest.
I've got a lock. Contact Pates. Say again? He lights up as a diamond on my skull. Is maybe a friendly?
My heart goes down in my boots. I'm going, I just shot down an eagle. I tell you, that is just a terrible feeling. Fratricide was something that the eagle community took very seriously. You just killed a friend of yours, probably. And then you're gonna have to step over the side because you're stupid.
You got a VID this guy? Copy.
If I can get a VID before we hit the merge, that gives Mole an opportunity to take a shot and get this over with. As he's flying a larger circle horizontally, I'm actually going to use the oblique and fly a smaller circle, maintaining energy by using G available. Somewhere in here, I can only assess that the bandit sees me on the inside of his turn circle when he actually puts his lift vector on my airplane and pulls very hard to generate a square corner.
Tally visual, horse entry. Stand by.
Point I thought I was going to maybe have a chance for employment of an AIM-7. The gun never crossed my mind. The next time I turn around and look at him, he is trying to pull through the horizon to bring his airplane on the other side of the fight.
Bingo fuel.
2 tactical right side. Visual.
We stayed pretty low for a while, stroke up the burners to start heading south, and then start our ramp up to get up high and start saving some gas. That's when the nerves started to calm down a little bit. The adrenaline started to go from the brain down to the boots, is what I would like to call it.
You know, I did my job. More importantly, I didn't get my flight lead killed. We did everything per our wing training standards. And then on the way home, it's, oh, thankfully, I didn't screw up today. And to throw in the fact that I was shot an airplane down, it's lifetime full of memories.
Welcome back to OTS-2. If that didn't hit you, check your pulse. JP Fair, thank you once again.
Another DCS masterpiece.
Oh, most certainly. Now to the fight. Quick housekeeping for the bracket. The dogfight phase is head-to-head, 1 versus 1. Best of 3 sets per heat. 3 minutes per set, hard cap. All from a beam. First 2 sets have an altitude split, as we mentioned. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. 8 pilots become 4, 4 become 2, and 2 become 1.
There can be only one king in the sport of kings.
That's right. Let's take a look at how the scoring breaks down. Scoring inside each set rewards what you'd expect. Gun kill, kill avoidance, and what you might not. Positional advantage, overshoots force. The telemetry tells all. If a set goes to the buzzer with no kill, the win goes to the pilot with the better fundamental mechanics.
It's the OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, and act. Faster and cleaner than the other pilot.
And don't worry about keeping track about all of this info. We got you covered. The overlays will give you everything you need to follow along and keep track of the fight. Higher seed on your left, up to the top set indicator, and the clock counting down from 180 seconds. Down low, the pilot HUD is airspeed, altitude, fuel, and the G-load pulling on every turn, and the number that decides it all, the UIS. One score, higher wins when the set ends and the banner tells you how, kill or time out. Let's take one more look at the bracket before we drop the hammer. The dogfights are upon us, and let's take a look where things stack up because we have the reigning champ as the #1 seed, and that is going to be Viper, and he's going to be taking on D-Ski. Right after this quick word from our sponsor. Actually, here's the bracket. So as I mentioned, #1 overall seed is Viper, reigning champ from OTS-1. The wait is over, 4 heats, 8 pilots, only 4 advance. Quick reminder for anyone new. The voice you're about to hear calling the flight is Classic. He owns the airspace from the moment fight's on until somebody's smoke trial tells us it's over.
That's right. When Classic talks, the pilots listen.
Heat 1, 1 seed versus 8. As I mentioned, Viper, it's your go against D-Ski. Here we go. We're going to send it over to Classic in a second. But what you tease is great about this matchup, 1 versus 8, is 2 Vipers going against each other. And I know you're big on the Hornet, but what are you looking for knowing that the returning champ has a target on their back?
I tell you what, he's got to bring his A game. Both of them do, obviously. I mean, it's your life on the line. But it's pretty cool. We got two Vipers fighting each other. This is the only lineup that we have on the quarterfinals. That's the case. So I'm excited to see what happens. You got 2 rate fighters. Viper's aggressive. I mean, I think he's done a lot of homework since OTS-1, so I think this is going to be a great fight.
All right, it's the #1 seed Viper from Germany versus D-Ski from the U.S. Classic, over to you.
Good copy from the desk, guys. This is Classic, and welcome to the dogfight.
Fighter pilots, this is what you have been waiting for. There'll be a slight pause as I start the server, and then you'll hear the fights on. Stand by. Three, two, one, fights on.
All right, ladies and gents, this is what we've been waiting for. The first of several showdowns in dogfighting. The merge! Some shots already fired. Doesn't look like there was any damage. To the left, you have the #1 seed Viper. To the right, you have D-Ski.
Viper's going over the top, high to low.
What's fascinating, more shots. Oh, there's a lot of action early on with these two.
This is a good fight.
Who is the better fighter pilot when it comes to the Vipers? D-Ski called out Viper. He said, I'm coming for you in his submission video.
Ooh, wide merge here.
Looks like it's a one-circle fight right there.
I think we're still looking pretty neutral from both.
D-Ski was introduced to pilots at a very young age. Aviation runs in his family. He picked up a book as a teenager, Dahiki, about the Fighting Falcon, and he said he's been hooked ever since. Another merge coming up.
No.
All right, no action.
A little bit wide at the merge.
Time is winding down. Take a look at that UIS score on who has the lead.
We're down on the deck, we're rating around. You got to be patient at this point.
$10,000 is on the line. The first of 3 sets between Viper and D-Ski.
Man, I don't know if we're going to have enough time for this. It looks like Viper's in a little bit more offensive position here, but he's not able to close it in for the shot.
Yeah.
See how this unfolds.
Viper came into OTS-2 saying he wanted to be more bold.
Oh, he's pulling lead.
Uh-oh, offense for Viper. Is he?
He's offensive. He's definitely offensive. He just needs to close it in and pull some lead. He's got to get his gun nose out in front of D-Ski's aircraft.
Time is winding down, gents. Time is winding down. You see the clock there. Some shots fired. D-Ski doing his best defensive tactics, trying to make sure he avoids all the guns.
Oh yeah, got to get skinny.
He's getting skinny. This is a good matchup.
He's maneuvering for sure.
Viper's in a control zone, still offensive. Trying to get zero aspect, trying to line something up.
Oh! On the deck. I tell you what, when you're defensive, the deck is definitely your friend.
Yikes!
All right, I think we're seeing the experience from Viper coming out here. He's patient.
15 seconds left. The time is ticking, fellas. They got to make a move. Both of them are neutral.
I think what happened is, you got to save the deck.
Oh!
Man!
Self-inflicted. Down goes D-Ski.
Yeah, I mean, tell you what, the ground is going to win every time. You cannot hit the ground.
And
See fit.
We saw a lot of that in OTS-1. The fact that you are doing your best to be defensive, you still have to make sure that you stay away from the deck. You want to fly, you got to play more of that happy ground. So let's start off first with Viper. Offensively, what did you see from him?
I mean, he came out of the gate, guns blazing. So forward quarter shot, I think that kind of ruffled the feathers of D-Ski a little bit. But all in all, for the whole middle of engagement, I mean, it was difficult for them to get back to another merge because they're both fighting good aircraft. They looked relatively neutral. But once we got closer to the deck after the second, third merge, looks like the patience with Viper able to maintain the rate of his aircraft. He's able to gain angles back and rate through the turn. They ended up on the deck, which is generally where you don't want to be. But they ended up on the deck, had to be patient with the rate fight. And Viper was able to gain an offensive position in the control zone, and then his patience led to him being able to employ the gun. But ultimately,
let's take a look actually at a few of the replays. You spoke several times about the merge, so let's match up some of your commentary and analysis with what we actually saw because both fighters were very aggressive. So here's one of the merges. What are you seeing here from Viper? All right, Both of them had the guns that were employed, and they weren't able to get any action. But I think overall...
Oh, right there, you saw the deck save. So basically, anytime you have a deck save, you have to maneuver your aircraft. Number one priority is not hitting the ground because you're going to die, right?
Okay.
So when you do that, you give up that turn, so you're losing angles. So that allowed Viper to get in position. But you can see Viper's maintaining a vertical standoff because you don't want to be close to the deck. And then ultimately, looks like we just had a controlled flight into terrain, looking over your shoulder, expecting to be shot from Viper, and D-Ski just flew to the ground.
D-Ski was this close to being able to survive. I think defensively, though, he did a pretty solid job outside of obviously flying into the deck.
I tell you what, he was working hard defensively, no doubt. I mean, I think he's doing a good job, but ultimately, you want to be offensive, especially if somebody's shooting a gun at you. That's what I'm saying.
Coming into this, you told me off camera that you had your eyes on Viper. I know Garrick is one of the top pilots. You want to see how everything shakes out. Were you impressed with what you saw from the reigning champ, at least early on?
Yeah, I mean, I think he got the jitters out early on. I think he came out aggressive with guns blazing, forward quarter. That is hard to do. But then ultimately after that, I think just his patience and skill set overall, through the that was a drawn out engagement. That was a very long dogfight, in my opinion, all the way to the very end. But he ended up at the end just being patient, and that's what worked out. So I think skill, training, over time, helped him with that.
Yeah.
He did not follow all the way down to the deck where D-Ski was, because it's very difficult to employ the gun. If you're trying to shoot somebody and you have an overshoot, you're going right into the ground yourself, so you don't want to do that. So I think Viper played it very well and obviously came out on top.
Yeah, what we're going to see in set 2, just a reminder, I know in OTS-1 you guys saw the perch, but that is no longer the case. So we just saw Viper start off with a higher altitude, 17,500 above ground level, and then D-Ski had 12,500. Now they're going to swap. So D-Ski is going to start off with 17,500, followed by Viper. And then for the third set, they're both going to start off co-altitude at 15,000. What are you expecting from that first merge? Because you saw a lot of aggression in these R2 Vipers.
I mean, you have to be aggressive off the perch. If you're working from high to low, I mean, I expect the aircraft to try to turn inside and get the first shot, and then use gravity to your advantage to continue maintaining the energy on that aircraft, for the follow-on merges.
Yeah, and there could be a kill bonus as well. We'll get into all of that scoring factor, but it's great to see the UIS up there in real time.
Yeah,
you're trying to calculate everything. And also the third screen, so you see the left, which is going to be of one fighter, the other competitor to the right, and then the bottom middle is what we call tact view, and that is a wicked angle.
Yeah, it's great to see the ribbons flying around through the air. It gives you a good three-dimensional picture. Yeah, I really like the upgrades the team did, with the overlays. Being able to see neutral versus offensive and defensive, that was really great to see.
All right, over to you, Classic, for set 2.
Classic, I got it. Getting ready for set 2. You guys have swapped sides and swapped altitudes. Once again, server will come off pause in a second, and then I'll count you down. Good luck, fighters.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Set 2. As Classic just said, it is going to be swapped. So you have D-Ski starting off with the high altitude.
2, 1, fights on.
Here we go.
Showtime.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. First merge. Ooh. A lot of shots fired.
No, those are flares.
Okay.
So it looked like I did not see a merge.
We have a merge coming up right here.
There we go.
All right, trying to see on tact view, which is the bottom middle screen.
Looks like D-Ski's digging nose low, out of plane across the circle. All right, so we got a downhill spiral going on right now.
All right. D-Ski said he did his homework in that submission video. He watched all of OTS-1, and maybe he knows a thing or two about the methods from Viper.
I tell you what, we're back down on the deck again, and we're back into a rate fight. So as long as the aircraft maintaining their rate band, this is going to be a patience drill again. Right now, to me, it looks like Viper may have just a slight angular advantage, but we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, right now, as you see on the screen that says neutral for both fighters. Not that much action compared to the first set. This second set, it feels like they're playing a game of chess. They're trying to size each other up. Who's going to make the first mistake?
And Viper's carrying a lot of excess speed right now. He needs to really dig down and get back into the right band. And for the Viper, closer to 400, so he's digging now.
Viper came into OTS-2 saying he wanted to be as precise as a knife. All right, we're approaching the 60-second marker for set 2 between Viper and Deesky, who is going to advance to the semifinals.
It's not too often that you see aircraft end up on the deck in a dogfight and then work well into the vertical again. Oh, what we got going on here?
Slow down now.
All right, Deesky's got a really good energy advantage.
Just missed.
Man.
Oh no!
Shots.
He got him. That was precision right there.
I tell you what, it looks like he sold some energy to pull for the shot.
Yeah.
There we go.
Viper again.
Man, that was awesome.
That was clean. Yeah, nice job by Viper. Set complete is a kill. All right, once again, Viper was able to win that set. What did you see from him? Because the fight didn't start off with that much action at first.
I tell you what, at first it was kind of hard to see what was going on there. It did not look like Viper went for an aggressive merge. You know, maybe he's thinking he had such an advantage from the first round that he maybe wanted to try to survive and deny the kill. But you know, ultimately, Deesky, forced a merge to happen, and they ended up working downhill, and that downward spiral, like we saw again, ended up on the deck. However, in the Viper, this is where it has a little bit of advantage. On the deck, they ended up with 400 plus knots of airspeed, and you saw them try to switch up the game plan. And they worked back into the vertical, and then ultimately, I saw Viper, sell some airspeed, which that's an aggressive move for a Viper if you're in your rate band, to give up your rate band to get to a slower speed, but ultimately it gave him the opportunity to employ the gun, and with his skill set, he put the rounds looked like through the wing of Deesky's aircraft, which was a bad day again for Deesky.
There's a reason why he is the reigning champ from OTS-1. He came back wanting more. Let's take a look at a few of the replays. They're from set 2. Once again, remember, with this first merge you're about to see, you had Viper starting off with a lower altitude at 12,500. You corrected me, great job. My buddy saying that there were a bunch of flares, but what did you like, at least from the energy management? Because you pointed it out from Deesky, even though he ultimately lost his set.
Yeah, it looked like they're both doing a great job maintaining the energy. I saw him right in the 400s in the rate band for the Viper, meeting understanding their machine, but ultimately I think Viper saw the opportunity, for the kill, and he went for it. He pulled below the rate band numbers, trying to get a smaller turn radius, gaining some angles, and it worked out for him. He got it in a position where he could employ the gun, and he was, steady hands.
That shot that he had.
It was awesome.
That was on the money.
And for those who don't know, the Viper is a pretty small airplane, and when you're shooting a gun at a moving target that far away, I mean that takes some steady hands, some impressive skill to be that precise.
What are you seeing right here from the replay from both fighters? Right here we have the advantage here. Ooh, there was a shot that was just fired.
Yeah. It wasn't obvious. There
yeah,
we go.
There
that
we
was
go.
a shot.
That's the gunshot replay that we were looking for. So based off of what you saw from the angle, a better shot right here from Viper, that was difficult. He fired it at the precise and accurate time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I saw him work over the top. So when he worked over the top, obviously you're going to sell some airspeed to do that. There's a risk in a dogfight. You don't want to lose your energy package. But he had fangs out and he went for the kill. He got the job done. I like it.
That was impressive. I mean, don't try to sell short the reigning champ at all.
Hey man, I tell you what, he's here. He's here for the second victory. I mean, he said that. He wants it.
Yeah, I watched that video. He said, I don't want to be a one-time champion. I want to be a two-time champion. And what was great about him in his first victory in OTS-1 is that he used the 10K winnings for a recently married guy, for the honeymoon and the marriage.
Oh yes, absolutely, man. I think we're going back to the next fight.
Yeah, we are. We're gonna have one more set between these two. We had we had both of them swap with the altitudes, and now it's gonna be co-altitude. They're gonna be starting both at 15,000 feet. So right now, if you're D-Ski, walk me through what you want to do, because talk about aggression. After losing the first 2 sets, he has to come out guns blazing.
I tell you what, hands down, time to kill, he's got to be aggressive right up front. He has to get the kill at the first merge. I don't think there's any other way for him to salvage 2 losses so far.
All right, here's set 3. Over to you, Classic.
Classic, I got you loud and clear. Here's the third and final set of our first matchup. Dogfighters, stand by for the fight's on.
Oh, yeah.
Three, 2, 1, fight's on.
Yeah.
All right, D-Ski has nothing to lose here. He has to go after it, leave it all out on the line. All right, here we have.
Oh! That's the opposite of what we needed.
No.
It looked like Viper was much more aggressive off the start. He got inside for the shot.
Viper is flying like the seasoned vet. He said he flies for fun, and he also does it. He's a certified flight instructor.
Interesting. I think he's flying gyro flights. It's pretty cool.
Bavaria is in the building, the reigning champ, making a statement here. Set number 3, the winner advances to the quarterfinals. D-Ski once again is on the defense.
This is not
Viper coming in hot. Viper coming in hot.
Isn't that? Here we go.
Trying to size him up.
Come on, D-Ski. What you got? He's back on the deck.
More shots.
Oh, we got rounds connected.
There we go. Viper, you might as well, it's like Mortal Kombat, flawless victory. On target. Oh, you lighted him up. Oh, man, finish him.
Job.
Viper. Set complete. 3 straight sets. Flawless. Check, check, check.
Boom. I tell you what, like we said, D-Ski, he needed to come out strong, and I think, the reigning champion just brought it. That first merge. He guns blazing immediately, and he said that earlier on, that's what he was looking to do, and he did exactly what his plan was.
He was bold. He said he wanted to be as precise as a knife. D-Ski, be careful what you ask for. In his video, he said, I want you, Viper. You two were matched up, and down goes D-Ski.
I'll tell you what, I mean, obviously there's some hard lessons learned for sure, but the experience, this is early on in OTS, the experience gained for all these pilots right now. I wouldn't be the new guy coming to the show for the OTS-3, so I'm just telling you that D-Ski fought a good jet. However, reigning champ, he's got the advantage.
Yeah,
he's got the experience. He's got the cool, calm, collected approach, and I think he showed that.
That was a masterclass. Let's take a look at the first merge here between these two competitors. You have Viper, who is going to be advancing. We saw a lot of aggression here, especially off this first merge here, Dahigi.
Absolutely.
What did you like from the approach overall from Viper as this fight continued, because he was not passive?
Absolutely not. I mean, he could have certainly, flown a more conservative jet, but he did not do that. He came out immediately in that first turn, which I was surprised, thinking that D-Ski, would know that he had to sell it all, to have any chance to advance, which means, he had to make the quick kill off that first merge.
Yeah, true.
Time to kill is factored in, and the kill obviously gives you a huge bonus. So that was the only chance he had. But ultimately, you just see Viper dominating in the control zone. Not a whole lot D-Ski can do, but get close to the deck to try to maybe have Viper unable to employ without hitting the deck himself. But Viper does a great job just maintaining the offensive positional advantage here.
For those new to the SFL control zone, is about 4,000 to 2,000 feet in between the aircraft, and Viper certainly was on his tail the entire fight.
Absolutely.
And every time there was a merge, shots were fired. Look at him, he is tracking and hawking him down. Shots fired here again. These two are close to the deck, and that was the shot right there.
There we go.
Right there. Viper, impressive. what was great about that submission video that Viper also sent in, he said that he wanted to work on his precision. That was an example of it.
That's exactly
That was
it.
textbook. He lit him up twice, splash.
I think it's impressive, how humble, a lot of these pilots are, because you have to be aggressive, type A, to be in this arena, but to understand that you always have to be learning and sharpening, that knife. I think Viper, of all of the competitors, absolutely understands that. Mayo and Ahab as well, but Viper's the reigning champ, and I think he went to school after OTS-1, and you're seeing the results right here, folks.
A lot of hours has been logged. Great job by Viper. Congratulations. The first ticket has been punched into the semifinals, but we still have a lot more to see in the quarterfinals. What a heat. Let's take a look at the bracket to remind everyone where we are. So right now, the winner of Heat 1
I think we're going to talk with D-Ski for a second, right, to see how the fight went.
Yeah, we are. All right, D-Ski, can you hear us?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
What would you have changed about your approach in that set?
I think I had a mindset. I practiced trying to set up for the spins, and things in the live competition just didn't quite match up with what I was practicing for, and I feel like I wasn't flexible enough to try to attack the problems that I was encountering. So I think more flexibility in the future would really do me well.
Yeah, I agree. I would say, from my perspective, if you have the ability, your rate management was great. Maintaining 400 knots. I thought what was also great was the ability to use the deck to your advantage. For an aircraft trying to gun you, from your 6 o'clock, it's very hard for them to come high to low to gun you without hitting the deck themselves. So I think you did a great job with that. I think there were a few times where you could have used an energy excursion, particularly on that third set when you're level, or on the first set when you're coming from low to high. You have to dig that aircraft in and maybe give up some energy to make to have a gun employment opportunity. So great job overall, though.
Hey, congrats, D-Ski. We really appreciate you making the time and hope to see you in OTS-3.
Yeah, man.
All right, great job by D-Ski. Unfortunately, he has been eliminated. On to the next. The reigning champ certainly sets the mark and sets the tone. We're gonna wait to hear from Viper, who is a newly married man. He's off to the semifinals, and he told us coming into OTS-2, he wanted to be more precise, and he showed that from the mark. So we're gonna set him up and hear from him and get a few answers in.
All right.
All right, Viper.
Okay, perfect.
Viper, congrats on the victory. Walk us through your approach, because you seemed very aggressive, especially from set 1.
Yeah, if you want to win again, you need to be aggressive, I guess.
I tell you what, man, you did just that. You came out, fangs out. I mean, I was excited to see the forward quarter gunshot at the first merge. That was awesome. Your energy management all the way downhill, and you maintained the positional advantage, towards the control zone, and you were patient. So, man, that was great skill. How'd you feel on which fight did you think was your best fight? The first, second, or third set? Which one?
Can you
hear us?
Hey, Viper. Hey, Viper. Not sure if you can hear me. Dahigi was asking, of the 3 sets, which did you think was your best?
I guess the second one, because it was the fastest one and the fastest kill.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
And it was the precisest shots, because I want to be more precise. I was not precise as I'm used to be.
All right, last one before we let you go. Viper, you told us that you had a little bit of nerves in OTS-1. How are the nerves feeling right now?
Oh, they are feeling like an OTS-1, but I love that feeling. I really love that feeling. I felt my adrenaline going into my hands, but this helps me. This helps me to get better. I love that.
I tell you what, my palms were sweaty just watching, man. Just reflecting back to the good old days of doing it for real, man. It's exciting, and I'm glad to see that that transposes over to you guys in the virtual world. That was awesome to see.
All right, Viper. As you walk into the semifinals, the first ticket that has been punched. Is there anything you want to change going into the semifinals, knowing that the competition is maybe a little bit more stiffer?
I tried to give my best. I want to win again. I want to defend my title. It will not be easy to get me killed, hopefully. Yeah, but we will have a look. The other guys are really great doing. They are really great dogfighter. Everybody put a lot of effort into that. And so, yeah, they are looking to get me because I got the target on my back, like you said before, right?
Well, I tell you what, keep doing what you're doing, and I think you'll continue to do well and advance to, hopefully to the finals.
Do you have your eye on anyone, Viper?
Yeah, Garrick and Trigger, because in the first OTS it was also like, the Harpier squadron is a really good squadron, and like you see now, 2 of them made it into the best of 8, or at least the best 6, because 2 of us were already here and were outbid. So I guess the Harpier squadron is really, really tough. Also Goose is really experienced pilot, as in real life, as also here in DCS. He's flying a lot with his son. And also Mayo. I'm looking really forward to get this final against Mayo, because I guess a lot of people want to see a revenge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Viper, we love that breakdown. You're surely a gentleman. You are giving respect to all the competitors that are in the field. And you know you may be facing off against Trigger in the semifinals.
Yeah, I know. I've maybe faced against Trigger, and Trigger is a math kid. Or what I heard about, we're all sitting in a channel there on Discord and talking to each other, and one of the guys, like Wolf, the one from OTS-1, is also there, and he's told us he was training with Trigger for his dogfighting skills, but he never matched up with him. So I'm really looking forward to that, because he has a really capable jet. The F-18 is really hard to get in a dogfight. And if his skills are better than Wolf's, this will be a hard one.
I think your assessment is spot on. I picked it up as well. That Harpier squadron, they're collaborating with each other. They're working hard to sharpen the skills in BFM, and I think we're going to see a good fight coming up. So my recommendation to you is forget about what happened in the past and just focus on the now and get the job done, just like you did in the first heat with Diesky.
I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
Viper, do you have a message to anyone else that is left in the field about what is ahead, even if they have to cross you to get to the championship?
It will not be easy. I will not give up my title without a fight.
Yeah.
Great. Appreciate the time, Viper. Let's break down what we saw from Viper.
Thank you very much.
In addition, absolutely, Diesky. So you have someone that has advanced. What were your biggest takeaways from that interview with Viper?
I'll tell you what, it goes back to just the humbleness of, hey, I know where I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting high on top of the hill. It's hard to maintain that position. I mean, everybody's gunning for you. There's lots of pressure. Obviously, I think you're managing the pressure very well. But ultimately,
indeed,
yeah, I mean, you got a lot of strong competitors out there. So, I think if you stick with your plan, you go in with a plan. That's what you got to do, but continue to learn, continue to get better, continue to compete, and ultimately,
thanks again for the time, Viper. Looking forward to seeing you showdown against whoever advances to the semifinals. Good luck in the rest of this.
Looking forward.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at where things shake up after the first of many sets are complete. So you have Viper moving victorious. Diesky has been eliminated. It was a showdown of 2 Vipers going head to head. Now we're going to get a chance to see the runner-up, and that is Mayo. So you see at the top left, Viper advances, the #1 overall seed. He said he wanted to be a 2-time OTS champion. Well, he did the first box, or checked the first box to accomplishing that. And now he has a possibility of facing off against Trigger, but we're going to see Trigger and Ahab face off shortly. Next up, we're going to have Mayo and Tobias, the 2 versus the 7 seed. That is exciting because Mayo came into this showdown saying this was his revenge tour.
Oh, absolutely. I think Mayo, watching post interviews from OTS-1, he was 100% focused on getting in the books, learning how to get better, and I know he worked incredibly hard, to qualify or to be prepared, I should say, for BFM. That was probably his weak spot that he wanted to do better at. And I think he's going to show us something in this fight.
He is. Remember, we have 3 returners and we have 5 new competitors in the field. One of those new competitors was just knocked out. Mayo is going to be taking on another new competitor. But I think what we saw from the first showdown in the quarterfinals between D-Ski and Viper, it certainly helps when you came from OTS-1 because there was a lot of aggression from Viper and he showed the experience that he had from OTS-1.
Absolutely. I think experience 100% matters. I mean, in real life as well. In this situation, I think Mayo definitely has the advantage. He's already been there. He's already got the the jitters out, the nervousness. He knows what to expect. For Tobias, again, unknown quantity coming into this, so he could also surprise people. But I'm going to give the advantage to Mayo in this fight.
Okay, so the last matchup we just saw, it was Viper versus Viper. In this showdown of the next quarterfinals, it's going to be Hornet versus Hornet. So what are some of those advantages that you will see, or what are the things that you're looking for knowing that it's 2 of the same aircraft?
Well, I mean, the Hornet, it can do jack of all trades, master of none. I mean, ultimately, I think what we're going to see is the fight will either have a quick kill early on, or it's going to, have a series of exchanged merges down to the deck, and then, whoever has the ability to maintain the angular advantage and get the shot is going to win.
All right, here we go. It's Mayo taking on Tobias, the first of 3 sets. Over to you, Classic.
Desk, Classic, I got it. Welcome to the second matchup. Dogfighters, I'm going to take you off pause, then I'll count you down for the fights on for your first set. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
Here we go.
All right, showtime. Set number 1. To the left, Mayo representing Italy. Here comes the first merge.
That's a wide merge.
And to the right, you have Tobias representing Belgium, the Flemish region. Shots fired from Mayo.
Tobias recognized, though, he maneuvered, got skinny.
Mayo back on offense, trying to size them up and get into that control zone.
All right, here we go. We definitely have Mayo saddling into the control zone here.
And being very aggressive.
Yeah.
What are you seeing from Tobias? Oh, what did you see from Tobias defensively over there?
Well, he's obviously got his eyes on his opponent, and he recognizes the impending gunshot. He's going to try to get skinny, put his wingtip on that aircraft and pull to try to get his aircraft slightly, when you're beat down, slow airspeed.
Mayo, more shots.
Yeah, there we
Precision. That is what you talk.
On the deck.
You said it best. We came into this talking about the experience we saw in the first quarterfinal match, and we just saw it again. A flawless shot by Mayo. What did you like about him offensively?
I mean, he did exactly what he said he wanted to do. He wanted to refine his skills and get the win. I mean, he's looking to advance. I think he is looking for the revenge, from OTS-1. But that was a classic example of, off the first merge. I didn't see an aggressive merge from either aircraft. There was kind of a wide merge, but ultimately. It looked like we had an energy excursion from Tobias early on that probably was a causal factor for losing that offensive advantage. And then ultimately on the deck, very, very skilled shot from Mayo, being low on the deck with a 2-degree nose up cant on the gun on the Hornet. You have to dip your nose to actually employ. So if you see Tobias on the deck, that's a good place for him to be defensively, but very challenging for Mayo. So I think Mayo did a great job finishing finishing with the kill.
He did. The first set goes to him. Let's walk the viewers through some of the things you just broke down, starting off with the first merge. We have a replay of it to Higgy. What did you see here from both pilots? Because it didn't seem like it was that much aggression, and you said it was very wide, right?
Yep. Like immediately coming from high to low, you have to realize at 17,500 feet, the aircraft is it's thinner air. You don't have the performance. If you choose to dig really hard and try to maintain an angular advantage, hit that merge, the Hornet's going to show up at that merge slow and beat down. So I'm guessing that Mayo just kind of, milked it a little bit and didn't pull as hard as he needed to. So he had a really wide merge, but ultimately maintained his energy, for the follow-on merges. Yeah, Tobias was on defense really early on, and for the most part of set one. Things are going to swap in set two, but we're taking a look at some of the replays. You see more defense. This is a game of cat and mouse, and a lot of control zone area here by Mayo, and he made sure he was aggressive. This was all experience. He came into this and he set the tone. Absolutely. For Tobias, when he was down on the deck, if he had, maybe over 300 knots when he got down to the deck, he could have exploited back into the vertical to see if he could have Mayo follow him and make a BFM air. But instead, it just looks like Mayo dominated the control zone and just stayed there all the way to the finish. Some shots fired there by Mayo. There we go. And then here's the kill shot that will be coming up shortly. Very precise, the tack view angle. Mayo, really flawless job there. Like, whew. That was a great job by Mayo. There we go. Everything flawless as he's going to be able to set the tone in this match. There we go. That is a shot right there. Close to the deck. Precise. And I was thinking right there with Tobias being that close to the deck that was going to work in his favor, but Mayo, outstanding job with the gunmanship to get those rounds on his aircraft. That was impressive. He said, I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I came through with OTS-1. I was the runner-up, but I'm back here with the revenge tour. Great job by Mayo. So things are going to swap right now for set two, and you're going to be having Tobias start off with the higher altitude, 17,500 above ground level. Lower altitude is going to be Mayo. Here's going to be an opportunity for Tobias to get some revenge. What do you want to see from him in that first merge? That's exactly it, man. I think if I'm in a simulated environment and my adversary just smoked me, I'm going to come out fangs out, man. I got nothing to lose, but I don't want to be in a position like D-Ski was where he had 2 losses going into the final round. So correct. I think I want to see 100% aggressive maneuvering from Tobias right out of the gate. I would like to see a forward quarter gunshot at that first merge. I think he may have had that opportunity on the last set, but unfortunately we didn't see that. So coming from high to low in a Hornet, you got gravity helping you out where he's going to be sitting up high on the perch at 17.5. I'd like to see him dig hard, sell some of that energy, have an energy excursion where he can have the opportunity to employ the gun at that first merge. I think that's his best hope for success in this next set. Maybe he's listening and those skills will be tested. That was a great breakdown, and make sure you keep an eye on that very first merge. We just saw in the first quarterfinal match, you had Viper win the very first 2 sets. Tobias does not want to be in that third set, having lost the first 2 to Mayo. This is going to be an opportunity for the tiebreaker. They're switching up the sets, and it is going to be good to see how everything shakes out. But I think Tobias is learning very quickly. If you have experience from OTS-1, this is a disadvantage for these 5 new pilots. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I do like to think that, whatever happened in the past in BFM doesn't really matter anymore. Hopefully you learn those lessons and bring them forward. I think Tobias he's smart. I mean, he's sharp. He understands. He's done his homework as well. So hopefully he learns from this. I think, like we talked about in the beginning, starting high aspect BFM at different altitude splits is pretty challenging for those guys because it's hard to train to. So, all right, let's put it to the test and see what DeHiggy has, because you've predicted a lot of great things. Over to set number 2. Over to you, Classic.
Classic, I got it. Got you guys loud and clear on to set 2. Gentlemen, slight pause again. And then once it kicks off, I'll give you the countdown. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
Here we go, set number 2. Pay attention to this merge. All right, first merge. No shots fired. Still trying to size each other up. You mentioned Tobias and how he's very strategic. He studies DCS, founded about 4 years ago. And he said he loves to learn from other competitors and make missions. All right, both right now are neutral, DeHiggy.
Yep, we're looking at kind of a downward nose-low spiral. Typically, these will flush out on the deck, and somebody's going to realize that they're going to hit the dirt, and they're going to come off, which could give up some angles. So we'll see how this works out.
You've seen early on in these fights, everybody wants to go close to the deck.
I mean, the deck, if you're defensive, is a good thing. But right now,
if they're both neutral,
right now we're both on the deck. The only advantage and the only opportunity they have is to be in their rate band numbers. So for the Hornet, they got to be above 300, 350 on the airspeed to get the best rate performance around this circle, because that's the only way you're going to consummate the final kill.
Yeah, right now it's a one-circle fight, meaning both fighters are flying toward each other's nose.
So Mayo's got over 400 knots. He could actually afford to bleed down, gain some angles, and get back into the heart of the rate band. Between 300 and 350 would be a pretty sweet spot to be.
Unlike the first quarterfinal, which was 2 Vipers, we have 2 Hornets going after each other. So they're very familiar.
It's kind of a game of patience right here. I mean,
approaching the 60-second marker. Time is still on each other's hands. We've seen some good matchups so far. Mayo leaning to possibly offensive.
Yep, Miles, he's got the advantage here.
Picking up some speed.
He can afford to dig down right now. He's kind of not performing in the angular fight that if he tightens down, he'll lead some airspeed, but he'll gain some angles. Here we go.
Here we go. There's some action that's about to happen. Another merge coming.
Yeah, Tobias is down below his rate numbers, not where he wants to be. Ooh. Man, we had a swap.
All right, he's still up there. Less than 30 seconds.
Man, Tobias is very low on energy, but we had a swap of roles from offensive to defensive, carrying too much speed, going for the gunshot.
Was that an overshoot?
It was an overshoot.
Less than 15 seconds. Time is ticking.
And Tobias did a good job getting energy back on his air.
Oh, close to the deck, close to the deck. 5 seconds left. You're looking at that UIS score. It's leaning way more to Mayo. Set complete. All right.
Tell you what, that was a good fight, man. I mean, initially, once we get in that rate fight, I saw that Mayo was carrying more than 350 knots. It was kind of like the target. I think it's closer to 310 is where you want to be, but 350 is a good target number when you're fighting and looking over your shoulder and trying to assess what's going on outside. But what I saw, though, is he could have had a quicker kill. He stayed closer to those higher numbers of 400 knots, which doesn't give you the turn rate that you're looking for to get the angular position to employ the gun. What we saw, though, was Tobias was a little bit slower airspeed, and that'll catch you off guard if you're carrying 100 knots plus of closure into a gunshot, because you have to get close and personal with a gun. You're focused on the gun cross to employ the weapon, but ultimately it looks like after the shot, which he didn't get the rounds on his target, now it's like, whoa, I didn't hit him, and I'm carrying way too much speed, and he had to swapping roles from offensive to defensive, which is a great thing for Tobias.
Of course.
But ultimately that was the biggest flaw there. But I think prior to that, great job maintaining the offensive positional advantage throughout the fight. Once he got into the halfway through the fight where he was able to gain the positional advantage, I think he did a great job maintaining that.
Let's take a look at some of the video that we saw there in the second set between both fighters. Here's a look at the second merge between both. You said that you wanted to have some aggression, and that is not what we saw from Tobias there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, I want to see him come out of the gate, strong, going for the kill. Yeah, we ended up right around this phase. We ended up into that nose-low spiral, and right here, in my mind, I'm 100%. I want to end up on the deck in my rate band numbers. If I don't, I'm pretty much toast in a Hornet because I'm not going to be able to gain energy without giving angles back to my adversary. So I mean, both were doing a pretty good job. I think Mayo could have done a better job of getting closer to, 350 to 300 range, and then that would have helped him with that closure that we saw at the opportunity at the end here where he had the overshoot.
Yeah, we have a small minor login issue. I know usually used to seeing a blue and a red aircraft. We'll make sure that we do the best to illustrate as you guys are following along. But with that set right there, we didn't have any kills. And we're gonna be able to show the overshoot. I think that was one of the, I wouldn't say turning points, but the most pivotal point of that race, because that was an opportunity that you could have had a kill. But we're gonna have first the offensive reverse replay right there.
There
you
it
saw
is.
the shots fired. Oh,
Great
man.
job reversing from Tobias. If he was able to employ the gun right here, he tried, he did.
Yeah, he did.
That's exactly what you want to see from Tobias and not what you want to see if you're Mayo.
Yeah, for someone that came in very experienced, it happens, but the aggression may have hurt him as he was trying to slide in. But great job defensively, as you mentioned, to immediately switch it up. It's just that he wasn't able to hit Mayo up there.
Yeah, right there you see his slow energy, so the aircraft isn't as stable. It's kind of like a fleeting opportunity, because I'm sure he's also worried about slow airspeed close to the deck. That's a bad place to be if he ends up stalling the aircraft and ends up falling into the deck. That's not a good place to be. But great job. I think he had a great situational awareness. What I think Tobias did incredibly well was his guns defense, meaning I see my adversary getting ready to shoot at me. I see his gun nose becoming a factor. I'm going to go ahead and get my wingtip on to get skinny and try to maneuver out of plane to prevent those bullets from hitting his aircraft. So I think he did a great job.
All right, give the viewers one thing that you're looking from each fighter going into this final set, because this is going to decide it all, who is going to advance and punch a ticket into the semi. Starting off with Mayo, what are you looking for?
I'm going to say the same thing for both.
Okay.
Dogfight, there's no room for being conservative. I want to see aggression. I want to see more aggression. I want to see right out of the gate, somebody digging to the inside of the turn for the kill, and then having a plan for that second merge, most likely Hornet v Hornet working downhill.
All right.
To maintain that energy.
That's what we're going to be looking for in set 3. Over to you, Classic.
Classic, I got it. Concur with you guys. It's been a good fight so far, and here we are in the third and final set with the two fighters that beam each other. Server is in provisioning, and I'll count it down for you once it starts. 3, 2, 1. Fight's on.
Oh yeah. Who's gonna get to the inside? Tobias.
All right, the merge.
Yeah,
Here we go.
that's what I want to see.
Shots fired. The aggression.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Dude, I tell you, that is exactly what I want to see aggression-wise.
That was the fastest kill so far of OTS-2.
Absolutely. I did not expect to see that from Mayo.
Oh my gosh, shots traded. Tobias also was able to land his shot as well.
100%.
Mayo.
Well, I don't know if Mayo actually, landed rounds on target. I think Tobias did. But that aggression you saw right away, dig into the inside of the turn, that's going to give you that angular advantage to employ the gun. So he put those gun rounds out in front of Mayo's flight path. Mayo had no option but to fly right through him, and that's the way it goes.
I mean, you forecasted it.
It's kind of like
you wanted to see aggression. Mayo was the one that landed the shots. Tobias was able to get a shot on him, but that was Mayo to the left.
You're absolutely right.
Here's a look at the replay. It happened so fast, everybody was excited. Take a look at this merge. You said aggression.
Yes. I got reversed in my rolls there.
Winner of the match is Mayo. Mayo advancing. The runner-up from OTS-1 is heading to the semifinals.
There we go. I take back everything I said. I got obviously flipped around on who was who in that fight.
Yeah, that was a big one right there.
I think like we're seeing again from the earlier engagements with Viper and Diesky is the experience is gonna win. He's got the advantage. I mean, he came out aggressive. He knew what he had to do, and he did exactly that. The aggressive employment on the inside of the turn from the first merge.
Yeah, I'm fascinated once we're able to hear from Tobias and Mayo. We got to start off with this final set right here. This was great.
That was quick time to kill, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, we're going to be setting them up. So if you're looking at the way that this started off, if they're starting off at 15,000 feet, how was Mayo able to employ his weapons at a better angle? Was it the energy management? Walk us through that.
Well, you're starting at 350 knots, which is right on the center of, basically that corner airspeed, which is where you can pull maximum G and displace your aircraft the most for the angles. And then once you bleed below that, you're going to be working in slow speed fight where you're not able to put the maximum G on the aircraft. But what it does, it's called an energy excursion. So he's able to dig his nose to the inside and employ rounds right from the beginning of the fight. So he pays the price in that if he misses and the adversary wins, then he's going to be at an energy disadvantage for the follow-on merges. So that's a crapshoot to take.
That is, and we're going to be able to hear from Tobias right now about that. Tobias, walk us through the first merge on that final set. What did you see there from Mayo?
Yeah, it was really interesting. I was a little bit scared. He obviously had the bigger height advantage, way more energy. I was initially unable to manage it that well. In the end, I did try to get a big overshoot. I had him in my sight, but sadly, I didn't have the timing to actually finish up on it.
I tell you what, I think you did a great job with guns defense today. I mean, your awareness of the impending gunshot, getting your wingtip on the other aircraft and pulling.
Yeah.
I think that was very well done.
Sorry.
Say that again?
Sorry, Tobias. In that second set, you were very good defensively. Do you remember the overshoot? And then you were able to shoot up in Mayo, but you didn't have the energy. What were you seeing as that played out?
I believe in the second set, I did. It went very fast, very stressful, obviously. I did think I had him in the pipper, but sadly, again, nothing.
I think you did a great job managing your aircraft on the deck. You saw the overshoot, after Mayo employed the shot, you immediately saw his overshoot and reversed, which is exactly what you want to do. Yeah, I was hoping that you were able to score some rounds on target, with that follow-on employment that you made, but you're pretty slow on your aircraft at that point. It looked like you came off target to...
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Tobias, how's your experience been in OTS-2?
Yeah, again, it's so much management you have to do. Sadly, today I wasn't in my form, and it cost me.
So if you're going to go back to school, coming back for OTS-3, what are you going to do in your training to improve?
Tobias, not sure if you heard that, but Dahigi asked, what would you do differently as you prepare for OTS-3?
I would double down with the management. The altitude changes did surprise me quite a lot. I think I didn't feel the right energy levels at the right altitudes. And again, more training, more energy management, and maybe try to play a little bit more to the deck is, I think, what's going to be for my next strategy.
Well, great job, Tobias. Appreciate you making the time, and best of luck in OTS-3 if you're able to advance. Wow, that was great context, man.
That was awesome.
That was fascinating also because, remember, a lot of these fighters have spoken about the pressure, and he said it just all happened so fast.
Yeah, like I said, it's also hard to manage the altitude split. That's not something that a lot of people will train to. Typically, we start at a neutral starts and turn in, but that altitude split, that puts a twist to it. I think these guys are realizing that. This is new. We didn't do it last time, so they didn't really have the ability to necessarily know it was coming. But I think they'll be ready for it for OTS-3 for sure.
They will. All right, let's bring in Mayo right now, the runner-up from OTS-1. Mayo, good to see you. Thanks for making the time. How would you rate your performance there in the quarterfinals against Tobias?
Can you repeat the question?
How would you rate your performance against Tobias?
So I think that my performance is the best. Pretty nervous because it's the first fight of the day. So I was a little bit nervous. I've tried to be the more aggressive as possible to close every time the angle on him. Sometimes it pays off, like in the first merge, but on the second merge it was a little bit too easy, and I almost got shot down. So yeah.
Yeah, I think on that second set, you were just carrying a little bit too much energy on the deck, rating around. So you did a good job staying in the rate numbers, but probably on the higher side of the rate band. If you could have, bled some energy to gain some angles to have a quicker kill, that would have also helped manage, your closure at that engagement. But But overall, great performance, man. I tell you what, I was most impressed with your ability after OTS-1 to learn and figure out how to get better. And you did exactly that, man. That was a great fight.
Thanks.
Mayo, when you started set 3, you clearly wanted to be aggressive. What did you think about your execution there in the opening seconds?
So, yeah. So the opening seconds, as I looked to my right, as soon as the FO fight's on, I saw Tobias pulling guard against me. So I tried to do the same, and then I started the gun employment, and then at that point it's just a jousting game, and the coin flipped on my side, fortunately.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how the rest of this bracket shakes out. Good job there, Mayo. Looking forward to your revenge tour. Thanks again for joining us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket. We have 2 quarterfinals in the books. Viper advanced in the first matchup, and in the second, to no surprise, you have Mayo advancing. So it's chalk so far. We see the experience from the champ as well as the runner-up from the first one. So next up, we're gonna have Garrick versus Goose. This is an exciting matchup. This is who you've been looking for.
Yeah.
Higgy, over to you, Classic, for the next quarterfinal match.
Classic, got you guys loud and clear on to the third matchup. Gents, I'm going to unpause the server. Once it becomes unpaused, I'll count you down. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
Higgy, you have your eye on Garrick. It's because he had the highest speed and precision score in trials. That's right. He's experienced. But don't sleep on Goose, north of 10K miles through the air. Also a bush pilot?
He was, man. That's pretty cool. That's some dangerous flying.
Whoa, some shots there fired.
Oh, yeah.
I love Goose's motto. His mantra as a pilot is fly good, don't suck. Well, that will be tested in OTS-2. This may be one of the more intriguing matchups coming into the quarterfinals. Both of these guys are really good. What are you seeing right now, Higgy?
I see kind of a classic where ended up working downward towards the deck. Energy-wise, we're getting bled down a little bit, but we're still downward spiral towards deck. Relatively neutral fight for both aircraft at this point. So eventually, somebody's got to save the deck here, so we'll see how this works out.
Feels like all these quarterfinals, they want to have the battle at the deck.
So I'm saying the Hornet, it doesn't have the thrust of the Viper. It's going to work itself downhill, beat down on energy. So you want to end up on the deck in the rate band, and then you got to be patient for the kill.
Just like we saw with Tobias as well as Mayo, this also is a matchup of Hornet versus Hornet. Don't forget, Goose has some family in the waiting room cheering him on. His son Rooster.
I think that's really cool. The two of them are both involved in this.
I know you had your eyes on Garrett coming into this, but the thing that's a lot different about trials is that now you're going against another human flying. He may be the complete pilot, but how are you going to be able to stack up against Goose?
I'll tell you what, Goose has some real-world flying experience.
Past the 50-second marker, 50 seconds left.
I'm watching their airspeed. Right now Garrick's carrying a little bit more airspeed. We're working off the deck now, trying to come up with a different way to gain the advantage.
This is also less than 30 seconds between these two pots. This is also the very first quarterfinal match we're seeing from someone that does not have any experience from OTS-1.
That is true.
This is great with the What did you say, Higgy?
No, I'm just looking at the energy here. Who has the advantage?
Less than 5 seconds.
Go, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
I'm out.
Set complete. That was set 1 right there.
I'll tell you what, Goose, being in the lower seat, I think he was surprised that he actually got to the competition in the first place. But I tell you what,
say that in his submission.
he is incredibly humble, but I think he's a solid stick, man. I was expecting, Garrick with his performance in the trials, to have a pretty good advantage. But that was an overall, neutral fight, and I'm impressed to see Goose's work there. I think hopefully both of them learned some lessons in the first set, and we're going to see something, maybe a little more aggressive out of one or the other in the next set. So I'm excited to see how this unfolds.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays that we just saw there from the first set. Of course, as you mentioned, the higher seed starts off with the higher altitude. What did you see here from Garrick specifically from the first merge between these two?
It just seemed like a really wide merge again. I mean, they're coming from 5,000 feet and only a mile apart. So you got to be working 45, probably closer to 60 degrees nose low off the perch at 17,500 feet. And I think they're not doing that.
Here was the first shot that was fired. Of course, it did not land.
Oh, it was close. Yeah, didn't really see
have the
necessarily
right
Gunn's
angle.
defense, but that was a pretty long range, gunshot as well. So that's very difficult to get those rounds on target.
Whew.
Close. It was
Another close one. Yeah, both of these fighters trying to size each other up. $10,000 on the line. Just the first set. It feels like a boxing match. That's just the first round.
Just getting warmed up, testing each other out. So we end up on the deck here. And again, like I said, when you end up in the Hornet on the deck, you want to make sure you're in those rate band numbers. So I'm thinking in my mind, 350 knots or maybe a little bit greater. Anytime you're below that, you're going to get beat down, and you don't really have a whole lot of options to gain energy when you're on the deck. So I think both did a pretty good job of maintaining their rate band numbers. And
Be curious to see what adjustments are made in set 2. Now things are going to swap. We're going to have Goose starting off with a higher altitude, followed by Garrick. But I think it's very important to note what you mentioned about Goose. In his submission video, he was surprised that he actually even made it this far. But you're in it now, Goose.
Yeah,
like
man.
You just had a really good set against one of the top seeds outside of Mayo and Viper. Garrick came into this dominating the competition, but right there, I think Goose is more than in this.
I mean, again, I think he's kind of like the quiet guy sitting off to the side, observing, processing, thinking, learning, thinking. And I think he flew a pretty solid, fight in that first set. It'll be different now. He's going to start up high on this next set, so we'll see how that unfolds.
What was also great about Goose is throughout all these submission videos, thank you to all the competitors for sending them, is that because he's been a bush pilot in addition to a firefighter, they asked him about pressure. And Goose said, it's muted. Like, at least I know I'm not going to die. No one is going to die in this OTS-2, so he said it's virtual. So it's like, I've been through tougher scenarios. And that could help him out. He doesn't feel pressure. He feels like he's got ice in his veins.
Yeah, he's done like firefighting, I think, and also you're flying 737s, if I recall, right? And so he's got real world experience, so he understands, like, hey, this is a simulator.
Yeah, don't sleep on Goose. This is a 3 seed versus the 6 seed. The winner of that is going to be able to take on Mayo, who advanced to the semifinals. Both of those fighters are very excellent. So now that you have Goose starting off at the higher altitude, what do you want to see from him? We haven't seen that much action at that second set or that first merge early on from the Hornets.
Yeah, I mean, normally, 350 knots when they're starting the set. You have to come from high to low, use gravity to your advantage. So in my opinion, I'd be way more willing to dig down and bleed energy off that first set to get that angular advantage. I want to get to the inside, because I know I'm going to be bled down on airspeed. I'm going to have a lower energy package coming into that merge, but I'm going to be unloading nose low towards the second merge to gain that energy back. So that's what I'd be looking to see.
All right, let's see how it all unfolds. Here, set number 2. Over to you, Classic.
Got it. Got you loud and clear from the desk. On to the next set. You guys have swapped altitudes and swapped sides. Stand by for your countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fights on.
Here we go. There we go. He's digging in.
Let's see how the first merge plays out. All right, some shots fired.
Yeah, see, Goose got aggressive off the first merge.
Goose is pushing in heavy. Oh, Goose, more shots. Did he land one?
I don't know that he did. It looked.
Oh,
he did.
He did.
Yeah.
Goose landed it. Kill.
Man.
Don't sleep on Goose. It runs in the family. Rooster's probably cheering him on right now.
Yeah,
that was
great.
nice.
I tell you what, I did not see that or expect that coming from Garrick. I mean, I think he worked hard at BFM. Again, that real world experience from Goose, I think, is playing off for him.
I like the way that Goose was able to come out very early on and set the tone in that set. What did you see from him offensively from the range, angle, and closure aspect?
I'm telling you, like right from the get-go, like I said, if you're high off the high perch, you can afford to bleed to get the inside of that turn, and I think he did exactly that. And you saw at the follow-on merges that he had that angular advantage and was able to employ the gun and successfully, hit Garrick's aircraft. I mean, that's ultimately it was kind of cool to see the delayed shots, and there's like, man, did he actually hit him? And then boom, aircraft.
We both saw it.
I was like, man,
really
that's
nice.
cool.
Not that much action early on from the merge. We're going to show you the replays of how it all unfolded between these two. That was fascinating, though. Goose came out really nice, and then he landed in, and he got the right angle, and he shot it.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, we talked about this earlier, right? Like the trials, kind of show that you got the skills to fly the airplane, but what they don't do is they don't show how you're going to match up to another thinking human in the arena of the dogfight, man. I tell you what, so I don't know. I think Garrick's a skilled pilot, but maybe the real world experience of Goose. Goose is a little bit more maybe cool, calm, and collected under pressure, because he lives actual pressure in his real life. With his flying, and so I think
let's take a look as you're
out for him.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replays from what we saw. Here's the very first merge between Goose and Garrick, and then you see the shot there that was employed.
Yep. Yeah, he's made great lift vector control. He's trying to pull lead here, but maintain energy. There we go.
See, from our angle, though, we weren't sure if it connected exactly at the right time, but it did. We just took a little
delayed.
bit.
Yeah.
Man, the foresight there from Garrick from Goose.
I tell you what, those are some long-range shots that he's taking, but I tell you, if you have rounds being fired at you, you're not thinking, oh, yeah, that was a really long-range gunshot. I mean, you're really coming off your game to figure out how you're going to survive with somebody that's actually employing the gun on you.
Yeah, here's another angle of the second shot where Garrick was shot down. Goose was pushing in heavy, over 10,000 hours through the air. Here we go. You saw the tail is slipped over to the right, and then the explosion is imminent right here.
Go.
Boom. Splash for Goose. That was nice. All right.
Rejection. Yeah, something that you saw there was there is a lack of guns defense in a timely manner. So when your aircraft is exposed all the way, like plan for him sideways, that's a big target. And so even though it was a long-range shot from Goose, he was able to get rounds on target. I think Garrick could have done a little better job of getting skinny and pulling his aircraft out of plane.
All right. So now we have one final set between Garrick and Goose. This is going to be what determines who's going to be advancing to take on Mayo. I don't know if you have the same advice, once again, for both pilots, starting off at the co-altitudes split, but start off with Garrick. What do you want to see from him, knowing that he feels that his back is against the wall?
Man, I tell you what, Garrick's got the pressure on him right now. I think he was pretty confident coming to this. He showed a lot of skill, but ultimately I think it's maybe a little bit humbled right now that you got another thinking human that's outpacing you. So I think he's got to come out aggressive. Again, I'm going to go with aggression every time in a gunfight. So I want to see aggression from both. I want to see Goose do the exact same thing, come out aggressive as well.
That's the motto in BFM, kill or be killed.
That's right.
The final set between Goose and Garrick. Over to you, Classic.
Justin got you loud and clear. Here it is, the final set of the quarterfinal matchup here. Gents, you're going to come off pause, and I'll count you down. 1. Fights on.
All right, here we go. The 3 seed versus the 6 seed.
Oh, yeah.
Early shots, Goose, aggression.
I like that. Big run into third. You got to be aggressive, man. You got to come out ready to get some.
Goose is trying to tell Garrick, I do this in real life. You also like Goose's setup, his rig in his house.
I was impressed, man. He's got like an actual F-18 cockpit sitting there. It's cool.
All right, more shots.
All right, well, Garrick's back on the offense now. Let's see what's going on here.
Oh, Garrick.
Across the circle. Uh-oh.
Oh, Garrick.
Oh, man.
Garrick returns the favor in set 3.
Man.
Wow. Oh, man.
I tell you what, that dogfighting, man, that's how it goes.
Garrick said, Justin, close your mouth. I can also do this and return and kill.
I think he heard you.
I think so, too.
Listen to you.
Wow.
Goose came out aggressive. I think we had shots fired initially. And
how
I
do
think
things reverse?
Like I said, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to come out of the block. I'm going to be confident that I can put those rounds through his flight path and get a guns kill. But when you do that, you make that decision. If you don't have, a successful shot, you're going to end up bled down out of energy. And I think that he paid the price for that on follow-on merges. And then Garrick was able to get the positional advantage, and he got the job done. So that's the way it goes in the dogfight. You got to forget what happened in the past and just focus in the now. And so I think Goose did the right thing there. He came out aggressive. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. You just didn't get that.
I don't know how this score is going to be calculated.
I don't either. I'm excited to see.
It's exciting. Remember, the first set was essentially a draw. Second set, you have Goose with the kill. Third set, you have Garrick. We're going to calculate the UIS, and the team is going to be revealing this in real time, who wins. But before that, we're going to get a chance to hear from both Garrick and Goose.
This could be.
All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the replays first from set 3, because you have the first merge right here.
There we go.
Aggression
Goose.
from Goose. He wasn't able to land his shot on Garrick.
You see he has to go nose low to get any energy back at this point. So, good job for doing that, but you're going to pay the price later in the follow-on merges.
Yeah, let's take a look now at the shot that Garrick was able to land. It will be coming up shortly, but wow, the reverse. The easy reversal. I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Apologies, Garrick. I wasn't familiar with your game, my guy.
I told you he's sharp though. He's learning. Every second you got to learn. You got to be humble. You got to put some new tricks, in your game plan, and you got to feel the other guy out. See how's he fighting? How's he managing energy?
You said aggression, and that's exactly what Garrick had coming into the final set, because he was fully aware with his back against the wall, knowing that Goose had the kill in the second set.
Absolutely.
Harpia Squadron is deep. All right, here's the shoot down that we saw flawlessly executed by Garrick.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, man.
That's where the Hornet dominates.
Oh, man. That was wicked. All right. That was a great replay from Garrick getting the kill in the third set. Once again, we're not sure who's going to be able to advance. Let's hear from Garrick. We have him ready, representing the Harpia Squadron over from Brazil. Had some of the top scores through the trials. Garrick is going to be joining us, and I still can't believe how that one ended. Garrick, thanks for making the time and joining us. Walk us through that final set and how you were able to get the kill. All right, Garrick, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I know we're trying to make sure we got the comms ready.
On the final set, I was able to get him to overshoot a little bit and to get his 6 o'clock. And I was able to control the radius turn and get him to his 6. And I was able to score a kill very fast, but I should be faster because the points were going to be very useful on this final set. If I did kill him on the first or the second turn, it would be better for me.
How did you feel your training prepared you for OTS-2? Sounds like in the Harpy Squadron, you guys work really hard.
I did a lot of training on the trials. I did the first thing I managed to do was to understand everything about the scoring and how the sets are done. And on the dogfights also, I did a lot of training with Trigger, and we run a lot of sets to let's say compete. How I say it, it's to simulate how other players would do, and it was basically it.
Okay, I have a question with what your comment you just made. Between you and Trigger, who's the better dogfighter?
Trigger.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. We'll find that out very shortly. All right, Garrick, how would you rate your overall experience in OTS-2?
It was great experience. The trials are very different from what we are used to do on competitive DCS. Usually it's just PVR or maybe some dogfights, but this is different. The trials are different. We have a speed that is a race, basically a race with a timer, and the precision also is very nice because you gotta fly low. And you gotta hit most of your guns on the targets, and that is fun to do. And of course, the dogfightings, there are a lot of rules on the scoring, and this is different from the other dogfightings competitive games I have done. Usually, it's just neutral and on the same level, and on this one it's very different because it's a line abreast. And one starts low, then the other one starts high, and it's different. And then it's very fun to do.
All right, thank you for the time. We really appreciate it, Garrick. We're going to find out in real time if it's you or Goose advancing. Wow, that was great takeaway, especially when you speak about the training and you asked him about Trigger as well.
I wanted to get some insight because I know they're training together. So based on how we're doing, I'm shifting my ideas how this is going to unfold. But man, I was interested to see his comments that if anybody asked me who the best dogfighter was, clearly it's always going to be me.
Yes,
but like I said, you're humble. These guys are learning, and they're working hard, to sharpen that blade to get better at this. I mean, this is really cool for me to see.
I thought one of the great takeaways also was when he mentioned about trying to have an earlier kill on that set 3. That could be factored into UIS.
That's true. I mean, there's so many things that go into the scoring of this. I think we're ready to talk to Goose though.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see what he has to say.
Let's bring in Goose. Speak of the devil, Goose, after a great set 3, thanks for making the time. Goose, what did you see there from your opponent? Because you had a shot on offense and then he was able to return fire.
Which round are we talking about? In the
set 3.
Set 3. Yeah, he just played the angles better, managed the energy better. Hornet v Hornet is a very technical fight because you have a lot of nose authority, and if you give your opponent too much room and any kind of energy surplus, you've basically lost the fight already. So I think it was very close as we went down to the deck, and he was able to cash in. So excellent. Well flown to Guriki.
Yeah, I would say that first set looked like you went for the fangs out, the guns killed, didn't consummate the intercept, and then maybe energy disadvantage. You paid the price for that later on. But I do have one question. I understand that you and your son fly DCS, and one of your favorite aircraft is the Tomcat, AKA the big fighter. You think you would have won this fight if you were in the Tomcat?
Not versus the Hornet.
Sure, right on. I agree all day long.
Tomcat v Tomcat were potent, but the Hornet has the nose authority to come around, at least in DCS.
Yep.
The Tomcat has the power and is a beautiful power fighter, but matched up as the airframes are in the simulation, the Hornet will win, with skills being the same.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct.
Goose, did you feel prepared coming into BFM based off of all the hours that you had put in, whether it be as a bush pilot or even in DCS?
I would say I don't know that being a pilot in real life necessarily is an advantage coming into the sim. I I have to give a shout out to Venom at DCS Dogfighters. He's one of the instructors there who took some time with me. And Rooster and myself spent a number of hours training together. So did I feel prepared? I felt prepared as I could be, yes. But also, I do think that the dogfighting, there is some, you make the slightest error even at the merge and you can set the tone for the rest of the fight. So it's going to be challenging for anybody. The skill level this year is in OTS-2 is very high.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt about it. I do have a question. I understand that you weren't necessarily getting involved with OTS-1 and that your son Rooster enticed you to join into the fight for OTS-2. So how do you, can you walk us through how that went down, or what your thoughts are with your son getting you into this?
Yeah, I just love flying DCS with him, and we spend a lot of time in the game with our virtual squadron. We fly Hornets off the boat together, but we love spending time in the Tomcat together. And so when this came up and I saw how well he did in the first one, I thought I better throw my hat in the ring.
Well, you've done a great job influencing him. I'll tell you what, that's cool to see.
You certainly have done more than that, Goose. You want to give a squadron shout out?
Yeah, shout out to the Virtual Armed Forces and VFA 136, the Nighthawks.
136, yeah.
I'm assuming your son Rooster is nearby, cheering you on probably from a few feet away.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, Rooster!
There, Rooster!
All right, Goose, thanks for making the time. We're about to find out in moments who is advancing to the semis to take on Mayo. Is it Goose or is it Garrick? That was close.
Here we go.
Whoa, it's Goose, Canada.
Oh!
We have our first upset of OTS-2. The 6 seed advances. And you know what? Garrick actually foreshadowed this. He said that he wishes that he would have killed Goose in set 3 earlier on one of those turns.
That is absolutely true. I tell you what, that's cool to see. Like, immediately my assessment is off.
All right, we have the very final quarterfinal matchup. Trigger versus Ahab. Ahab a returner, Trigger representing the Harpia Squadron. Over to you, Classic.
Justin, hey, Classic, I got you here just in time for our 4th and final quarterfinal set. Gentlemen, I'm going to take you off pause. Slight delay, and then I'll count it down. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
All right, we have a Hornet versus a Viper. Trigger versus Ahab, the final quarterfinal showdown.
Again, like we saw previously, really wide merge at the first merge here off the offset perch.
We just heard from Garrick that Trigger is the better dogfighter. So will he be able to put that to the test? Remember, Ahab a returner from OTS-1. Oh! Down goes Ahab. Trigger with the trigger finger.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to answer your previous question that, he is flying the Hornet though. So, I mean, come on.
All right, for those that don't have all the terminology and mechanics of the Hornet, what did you see, at least from a tactical standpoint, that allowed Trigger to win that first set?
Well, I mean, he came off the perch from high to low. We had a wide merge, but then ultimately, he gained that angular advantage and got the quick kill. I mean, it's just a matter of, I wouldn't say it's a cat and mouse game, but he played the energy and he played the angles better and ended up with the gunshot just like that. It's simple as it gets.
Don't forget, he had the highest score in accuracy during trials. Is that essentially what we saw during the trials? Because he was very precise with the trigger.
I will tell you, like, when you only have, 578 rounds specifically in the nose of the Hornet, you have to be very precise to not shoot bullets behind the other aircraft. Meaning If you're shooting bullets out in front and you're still squeezing the trigger after he's already through your gun cross, you're never going to hit him. You're just wasting bullets.
Let's take a look of the replay right now where Trigger was able to take down Ahab in set 1. What were you able to see here? Go ahead, continue, Diggy, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, his trigger discipline is, like, unmatched. I've never seen, you know, that disciplined of a trigger squeeze. He didn't waste a single round. And you see it again here, like short, quick, simple bursts. That was awesome.
That was flawless. It was quick, well executed, and Trigger had one of the best lines in his submission video. I respect everyone, however, respect alone does not get you into winning these fights. If you're in a bracket against me, make sure you bring it, because I'm gonna bring my best, and he brought it here.
He did, absolutely. I tell you what, you know, he's confident, and yeah, he's absolutely executing flawlessly.
All right, but this is far from over, though.
Yeah, we got
Remember,
two more.
We have 2 more sets. Ahab is also a returner. We know the high alpha hooligans are certainly watching and locked in, rooting on their guy. He said this was his revenge tour, and the legend of Ahab. If we wanted to continue to grow, we can't have you go out again in the quarterfinals, my guy.
That's true. I tell you what, the high alpha hooligans, my hat's off to them, because they they bring the banter, they bring you know, the oomph to the ready room, and it reminds me of my first squadron. I mean, it was just you know, you never forget the first group of guys that you go to combat with. You know, lifelong friends, and it seems like they've got incredible camaraderie there, and really have a good time with this. So, you know, I don't know. I don't even know what to expect from you know, from set 2 here, but you know, Trigger's coming out of the gate strong. I think Ahab's got to bring his you know, aggressive game plan to this next one here. So, but he will be starting high off of this, so he has the opportunity to use the gravity to his advantage. But we'll see how this works. He's also flying the F-16.
He is, yes.
Got some energy,
we all know how you feel about the Hornet. And for those that are just joining us, aggression has certainly been the best game plan when it comes to BFM for a lot of these competitors. But Ahab does have the experience, so maybe he's able to return favor. Remember, with the UIS score, all this stuff is factoring. That was a pretty early kill, very early.
It was. I mean, you know, I expected to get drawn out a little bit more, maybe into a you know, a rate fight with you know, with Ahab able to you know, gain the advantage. But I mean, angular quick kill from the Hornet, that's the classic Hornet game plan. You know, fangs out, you know, energy excursion to get the shot, particularly with a gun when you're not using missiles. You have to position your aircraft quickly, because you don't want to stay in a protracted, drawn out, you know, fight on the deck in a Hornet versus a Viper. You don't want to be there.
Yeah, certainly not. It's guns only, especially in BFM. They're going to switch altitudes, and you're going to have Ahab starting off from 17.5 up. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he's able to start off this fight. But we saw a bunch of fights, especially when it was Hornet versus Hornet. It was low to the deck. Now we have Hornet versus Viper. Hornet did come out victorious in set 1, but a different strategy, as you just alluded to.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of guys typically will try to play the rate, you know, maybe for the first merge or 2 with the Viper, but ultimately in the guns fight, you got to come out fangs out. You got to go for the kill. You just got to step on their throat immediately and go for the kill quick. And that's exactly what Trigger did, and I expect to see probably the same in this next set. But let's see what Ahab's got, though. Let's do it.
Yeah, we had 2 Brazilians in this fight, 1 down. Garrick, what Trigger's trying to do his best to hold down the fort for the Harpia Squadron, and then also in OTS-1, another member from Brazil, and that was Wolf. What I also loved about Trigger is that he said he wanted to bring more to the Brazilian community when it came to DCS.
Yeah, I think we're ready to turn it over to Classic.
Absolutely. Over to you, Classic, for set number 2.
Justin, I got you loud and clear. On to set number 2. You guys have swapped altitudes. I'll count it down as soon as we come off pause. Good luck. Three, 2, 1. Fights on.
Here we go, turning in.
All right, here we go. Set number 2, Trigger and Ahab, the first merge. All right, both fighters right now, neutral after that merge.
Viper working in the vertical. See the baits coming off the Hornet, leading energy.
This is the final match of the quarterfinals. Set number 2 between the 4 seed and 5 seed. Oh!
It looks like there's a vertical out of Trigger that got him low on energy, but he was trying to work across the circle to gain the advantage with the gunshot.
More shots fired by Trigger. Trigger, whoa!
Oh, there you go.
Landed.
I tell you what you saw there, Trigger was definitely going, bled down, trying to gain those angles, I should say, to employ the gun. And he was able to maintain the offensive advantage there. So from a UIS perspective, yeah, we had time to kill, but he was also maintaining that offensive position all the way through. So, again, it's a decision you have to make. Am I going to bleed my energy, to position myself to take the kill? If I don't get the kill, now I'm going to be bled down, and the Viper's just going to go ahead and savage you. But obviously you got the kill, and he maintained that offensive advantage throughout. So that was awesome to see.
Yeah, that was another job well done by Trigger. Let's take a look at the replay and see how set number 2 unfolded between these two competitors. Trigger right there was able to have a nice victory on Ahab, but we're going to see right now the second merge between these two.
Yeah, so you see him positioning his lift vector actually out of plane in lead here, but he's really slow, working from high to low now. He's able to gain some energy back.
All right, the next replay we're gonna have is the first shots that were fired in the second set between both.
Yeah, he's pulling lead right there.
Yeah.
When you see the vapes coming off the aircraft, like the cloud formation, that's basically indicative of either super fast and pulling lots of G's or very slow and the aircraft's digging in. Not necessarily where you want to be in a dogfight unless you're making that energy excursion to gain a positional advantage, which is exactly what Trigger did.
Yeah, remember Trigger had the very highest score. Oh, and there we go. That was a shoot down. Accuracy is something that he has shown in these first two sets. Range angle closure, he has the angles, and he certainly is accurate every time that he's able to do it. But if we flip it to the other side, Ahab, defensively, what did you see from him as he was trying to escape?
Well, I mean, he is skinny there, but again, against a Hornet in a dogfight, it's like a knife fight inside of a phone booth. It's very close and personal. And I don't think he was afforded the opportunity because the Hornet has that angular advantage, positional advantage, and he was able to put Ahab on the defense. So Ahab wasn't able to capitalize on the rate capability that the Viper brings to the fight. And ultimately, Trigger is very precise with that gun.
Trigger has a trigger finger. The comms team is telling me, shout out to Brazil that is watching. We know they're rolling deep, the Harpia Squadron. They're represented in OTS-1 as well as OTS-2. And Trigger right there, he's showing why Garrick just told us moments ago that he is the better of the two when it comes to dogfighting.
Tell you what, their assessment is spot on, man. Again, I'm surprised that Garrick brought that up, but Trigger's doing a fantastic job.
If you're not a part of any of the live streams on Twitch or YouTube, log into YouTube, comment on the section for who you're rooting for, especially for this final quarterfinal showdown between Trigger and Ahab. It is going to be great to see who's advancing to the semis right now. Two strong sets so far from Trigger, and Ahab certainly has his corner or his back in the corner, but I know the high alpha hooligans, they're going to say that their guy can do it all. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter on the comeback.
The legend of Ahab for sure, all day long. But I tell you what, the Brazilians and the Harpia Squadron, they've got a pretty, solid, strong backing right now, and I think we're going to see, an aggressive effort out of both fighters. I really don't know what to expect in this last set. They're starting both from a neutral position at the same altitude, and I think this is going to be a great fight. I think the only opportunity that Ahab has, however, is an immediate forward quarter, kill right out of the gate, which is going to be hard to do against a Hornet because a Hornet can, turn a little bit tighter on the inside.
It goes back to your advantage with the Hornet versus with the turn rate versus the Viper, and we've seen that early on. But yeah, that is going to be fascinating to see. But all right, we have the very final set between Ahab and Trigger. Winner advances to the semis. Over to you, Classic.
Classic, I got it. Third and final set. You guys are beam each other. Server's coming off pause. I'll count you down. Good luck. 3, 2, 1. Fights on.
Here we go, the final set of the quarters. You said Ahab has to be aggressive, knows his back is against the wall on this merge.
No shots exchanged at the first merge.
I'm curious though, is Trigger gonna try to get another kill, or if he's just gonna be strategic, knowing that this is in his advantage?
Ahab was carried a bag of knots. He was almost touching 600 knots, which was giving up angles. You can see the Hornets turning inside.
No matter what shots fired there by Trigger. Got the highest trial score in accuracy. He's in that control zone trying to close in.
Bending.
Down goes Ahab. Moby Dick, down goes Ahab.
I tell you what, man, so what I was looking at there after the first merge, again, was a kind of a loose merge. In the beginning, there were no shots fired. I would have liked to have seen Ahab be more aggressive with that pull, but ultimately, later on in the subsequent merges, he was carrying 500 plus knots, which in a dogfight, that's like turning the Titanic. I mean, you're going way too fast to be sharply maneuvering that aircraft around the corner.
Is that was more his maneuvering, or because he was also at a disadvantage in a Viper?
Well, he didn't have a disadvantage at that point, follow-on merges after the first merge. But what he does is he has a massive turn radius, and the Hornet, even though it doesn't have the energy, can turn inside, and that gave him the angular positional advantage to employ the gun. So Ahab had his hair on fire going 600 knots, but he's just graping around a big, massive turn, and Hornet's just turning inside and pulling lead right away and took the shot. So
let's take another look at the replay between these two great pilots and competitors here with Ahab and Trigger. Ahab here. Some shots were fired. Here was the first shot. Defensively, a decent job. What did you see there from the angle?
I saw right away that he was working a little bit slower, and he was able to turn inside the massive turn radius that Ahab had. So Ahab was going, incredibly fast, but with a turn radius that big, it's easier for the Hornet to turn inside.
Here's a shoot down coming up. Trigger, that was textbook right there.
So, again, I think Ahab was aware of the impending gunshot that was happening. I think he tried to maneuver, but it just didn't work out. Sometimes the aircraft kicks back on you, a little bit of a waffle there, and he just showed huge plan form right at the wrong time, and was a huge target for Trigger. So that's the way it goes. I think the high alpha hooligans have some work to do to bring it into OTS-3.
Yeah, most certainly. I've learned that Ahab is ready. Let's bring him in after that battle against Trigger. Ahab, what did you think of your defensive tactics there in that final set against Trigger?
Final set, I was working harder at keeping my energy, trying to draw him to the deck, because first two, he baited me. He's smart. He baited me, and I took it. But trying to keep my energy for the most part, and then when I noticed him up and close, I rolled the dice. I tried to see if I could force an overshoot, but it did not work.
Yeah, what I saw was you were carrying a lot of energy. So was your thought being at 600 knots, you're gonna work your way down to the deck and then force an overshoot on the deck?
That's a dangerous way to get there, but I was trying to get there as quickly as I could without eating the ground.
Yeah, I'm tracking. That's a good thought process to have for sure. But anytime you're fighting the Hornet, though, that Hornet can turn inside the Viper all day long. So recommendation in the future is just be closer to your rate or your radius numbers. So down closer towards 400, the Viper is going to be a better option for you. And also, anytime you're high off the perch, I would be working real hard to dig to the inside off the initial start. That would give you a little bit better angular advantage and the opportunity to employ the gun at that first merge.
For sure.
Ahab, you are one of 3 returners coming back to OTS-2. Rate your overall experience. How enjoyable was it for you? And did you feel like you had an advantage because of that experience despite the loss?
I don't think I really had an advantage per se, just familiarity. But beyond that, no, I don't feel like I had an advantage, particularly since the perches are different this time around. I'd say it makes you think a little more because you're thinking about different altitudes.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question about the High Alpha Hooligans. Do you guys have a training program where you fight each other to practice for these OTS events?
We do not have a formal training program, actually.
I'll tell you what, maybe you could be the new training officer for the High Alpha Hooligans and get everybody schooled up. I think you got a lot of knowledge now after these first two OTSs.
Possibly so. I did get some coaching from several very talented individuals, YouTube personalities, but it clearly wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's all right, man. Just keep sharpening that blade. I tell you what, looking forward to seeing you follow on OTSs.
For sure.
Ahab, before we let you go, give your shout out to your boys, the High Alpha Hooligans, and anybody else.
Big shout out to High Alpha, to everybody that we're working with Operation WAGS. I'm going to be part of Red 4 when that event deploys, when it begins. Big shout out to everyone else that's involved. A lot of them rated actually my Twitch channel, and they've been watching.
Oh, that's really cool.
Awesome. Thanks for the time, Ahab. Hope to see you in OTS-3. We're going to hear from Trigger shortly, but putting warheads on foreheads, that was great to hear from Ahab. And I think that he also said something that we've already known, is that Trigger is one of the smarter fighters in this competition.
Absolutely. I mean, he was confident coming into this. I think he's done well on all the trial events leading up to it, but particularly that accuracy. I'm still floored his trigger discipline. I mean, we saw it in the dogfight. We saw it, during the accuracy trials. It's pretty impressive. I'd be curious to see what he does for his training. Yeah, we're gonna get a chance to ask Trigger very shortly as we're getting comms ready from him. Harpia Squadron, we know Brazil is checking in, but we have Brazil advancing, and that was a great matchup. All right, Trigger, Mr. Trigger. He said that his name is Trigger, but he also likes to be referred to as Iceman. Yeah. Walk us through what you were thinking about very first set against Ahab as you sized up your opponent.
Well, on the very first set, I tried to go with my game plan. That is to get angles as fast as I could because I was in a Hornet against a Viper. So the Hornet being the angles fighter, it's what you have to aim for to gain angles. And that's what I tried to do. And I tried to stick to that game plan, and it worked for me.
I'll tell you what, I'm very impressed with the training that you guys did with the Harpia Squadron. I listened to a lot of your discussion beforehand in the interviews, and your awareness of dogfighting is well above average. What can you tell me about the training that you did fighting Garrick? Is it true that you're definitely a dominant dogfighter, or would you say Garrick's pretty good as well?
I've been around for a little more time than Garrick, and we practice together. We've been practicing ever since we qualified on the top 8, and Garrick is pretty good as well. But I would say that I am the dominant fighter in my squadron because I mainly focused on doing BFM. It's what I love to do. I started playing DCS because I love BFM, so that's mainly what I do in DCS, and that experience paid off for me, I guess.
Trigger, how good does it feel for you to now be a part of OTS-2, knowing that you could have been a part of OTS-1?
Well, I'm pretty happy to be here. I really enjoy what you guys are doing. It's a very cool competition. I always wanted to see DCS having something like that. And I guess that's it. I'm pretty happy about being here.
Who do you have your eye on the most for the follow-on sets that you're going to go through today?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Which competitor are you most concerned with as we advance to the next round?
I would say that I have my eyes on Viper.
There you go.
Certainly.
I think we talked about this, Justin. This is like one of our, predictions that we said this would be probably one of the greatest fights of the whole OTS-2.
It could, but he has some work to do before if he potentially does meet. He actually will be playing Viper.
He will,
Apologies,
yeah. Here we go.
So that's going to be a great showdown. All right, thanks again for the time there, Trigger. Best of luck in the semis.
Yeah, great job.
Man.
Bye.
Absolutely. What a heat indeed. Trigger certainly showing out for the Harpia Squadron. Let's take a look at the bracket. And then there were 4. Just to recap everything, you have Viper advancing with ease against D-Ski. You have Viper representing Bavaria and Germany. Shout out to Trigger, one of 2 Brazilians, but he beats Ahab and he will be taking on Viper in the semifinals. On the other side of the bracket, you have Mayo from Italy beating Tobias from Belgium. He was the runner-up from OTS-1, and he said he's back on a revenge tour. And then don't sleep on the Canadian Goose, who beats Garrick, the first upset that we had of OTS-2. So it's Mayo versus Goose and Viper versus Trigger. Then there were 4. Semifinals are coming up, but first, a special message from our very own Sibley Skulls.
We'll get back to the bracket in just a moment, but before we do, the SFL would like to recognize a few organizations doing work that matters far beyond any cockpit. As we build toward the long-term vision of the SFL Legacy Fund, in the short term, we've partnered with organizations that are already making a difference. The Wingman Foundation, Project Recover, and Splash 3 Foundation. The Wingman Foundation provides immediate post-mishap support to the families of fallen aviators. They make sure those who flew before us are never forgotten, and the families left behind are never left alone. Project Recover is committed to bringing America's MIAs home, and to honor that promise made to every service member and every family that nobody flies into history and gets left there. Additionally, we'd like to recognize the Splash 3 Foundation, founded by today's Cinematic Spotlight pilot, Cesar Rico Rodriguez. The Splash 3 Foundation unites veterans, aviation leaders, and communities through service, leadership, and charitable action, advancing the warrior spirit beyond the mission and runway. If today's broadcast has moved you, please visit wingmanfoundation.org, projectrecover.org, and splash3.com. Learn their stories, track their events, support them however you can. We are proud to stand with them, and we hope you will too. Lastly, an unfortunate announcement, but a beautiful reason for our digital aviation community to unite. 3 months ago, our CEO and founder, Tim Monk Miller, sat down with senior producer of DCS World, Mr. Matt Wags Wagner. And as many of you know, Wags was recently diagnosed with bone marrow cancer. For the next 2 weekends following OTS, July 31st and August 7th, the DCS community will be hosting the Operation Wags charity event to raise money for Wags and his family as they battle this terrible disease. You can find the GoFundMe link on our website. Please donate in whatever way you can in support of a man who's dedicated the last 2 decades to building and shaping our digital skies. Wags, if you're watching, the SFL is with you in spirit and praying for your recovery. Now, back to the fight.
Welcome back to the semifinals. 4 pilots have become 2 heats. Let's take a look at how they line up, because semifinal 1 is going to be an exciting matchup. We had 8 pilots, and now the field has been officially cut into half. It is going to be Viper, the #1 overall seed, reigning champ from OTS-1. He's going to be taking on Trigger from Brazil. And then on the other side of the bracket is going to be Mayo. And there you have it, taking on Goose from Canada. Italy versus Canada, Germany versus Brazil. Man, all of these fighters and competitors have been excellent. 2 matches, best of 3 sets, with 2 pilots advancing to the finals. Dahigi, are you ready for this?
I am absolutely ready.
Amazing.
I tell you what, man, I didn't expect to have Garrick fall out. And, Goose, like we talked about, a little bit humble, a little bit quiet coming into this, but he's in the fight now, and it changes the mix-up altogether. I tell you what, I think Viper and Trigger, that's going to be a great fight. And I think Mayo, he's still got his eye on that crown, a little revenge from OTS-1. So it might be pretty tough for Goose. We'll see how this unfolds, but Goose steady hand. So, I mean, this could go any direction. I'm excited to see how this unfolds.
Before we take a look forward at the semifinal matchups, let's look back and still recall about what took place in the quarterfinals. The most surprising advancement, or what was the biggest takeaway from the quarters?
My biggest takeaway was I was shocked to see my number one assessment going into this. Garrick immediately, not immediately, but he fell out, right? And that's the way it goes in a dogfight. I mean, you can be super confident, you can be ready, but you make one mistake, it's very unforgiving, in the dogfight arena. So, I think any one of these competitors right now, they're all bringing something to the table. They all have a tremendous skill set that's already been shown, and I think it's anyone's game right now. It's just about the man in the box and being able to fight your best fight. Living in the moment. You can't look back at the past and say I was great back then and it's going to do something for me now, because it's not. So you got to use that OODA loop. You got to see what your competitors doing against you, and you got to employ your machine to capitalize on your advantages to win that fight. So I think this is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
From the Elite 8 to the Final 4, because your front runner coming into this competition, Garrick, is technically out, I'm going to allow you to have another opportunity to maybe pick a different fighter that you think is going to come out of this Final 4. Of this group, you have, of course, the reigning champ from Germany, Viper, taking on Trigger from Brazil. On the other side, Mayo from Italy, taking on Goose from Canada. Of those four, who do you think is going to be crowned OTS-2 champion?
I might lean more towards Trigger, but my Goose is a wild card. Mayo, I mean, he's been working hard. I mean, it can go anywhere. I'm gonna tip my hat towards Trigger.
Okay, I was gonna say, you give me your talking points. You just named essentially all four.
I'm telling you, I'm excited. I've seen great attributes out of all of these fighters, and I just think Trigger maybe has the edge. Viper has the experience and the advantage though. So I mean, it's he's been there, he's done it, he's already been a champ, but it's hard to stay on top, like I said. So we'll see. I think the pressure right now between Viper and Trigger, both of them are probably feeling the pressure. Mm-hmm. It adds to the anxiety. It adds to potentially wanting to be overly too aggressive and making mistakes. But it could go any direction. I'm excited to see how this fight unfolds.
It could, and I know we keep mentioning about the 3 returners, specifically now only 2 returners that are in the field, but I think Ahab brought up a great point during our interview. I asked him about, was there an advantage that he feel like outside of him losing, but he mentioned that in in OTS-1 about there being perches and now there being a beam, so he felt coming into this BFM, it was totally different.
Yeah, like I said, that's a twist maybe they weren't expecting. From doing this in real world, 90% of what you do is a level start. And you come in with the same energy package at the merge, but when you're starting split with an altitude differential, that completely changes the game. So, you don't get a whole lot of opportunity to train to that, and I think we saw that today. I mean, I don't think a lot of these guys were ready for it, and we didn't see a whole lot of solid merges off the perch, the split perch, I should say, for those starts, which was kind of what you expect.
All right, this is the moment we've been waiting for. We started the day with 8 pilots, 6 different countries, and now there are 4. It is going to be an amazing showdown in the semifinals. Stick with us. We're going to be back in 5 minutes. Show some love in the comments to let us know in YouTube, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win in the championship? Mention it all. Stick around. You're watching OTS-2 live from the SFL studios. welcome back to the semifinals. 4 pilots have become 2 heats. Let's take a look at how it all lines up because, man, it's been fascinating so far. So in semifinal 1, you have the reigning champ from OTS-1 representing Germany. That is Viper, flying a Viper. He's going to be taking on Trigger, who's representing Brazil. On the other side of the bracket, you have the runner-up from OTS-1, and that is Mayo representing Italy, and he's taking on Goose, who has his son Rooster rooting on. Canada is in the building. So as you look at those matchups, 2 matches, best of 3 sets with 2 pilots advancing to the finals. DeHiggy, you ready?
I am ready. Let's do this.
All right, favorite matchup of those 2?
I'm really most excited to see Viper versus Trigger. I mean, both 2 incredibly talented pilots. Lots of pressure on the line for Viper. Trigger's gunning for him. He's obviously very talented, already demonstrated, but I think that's going to be a very exciting fight.
I mean, also on the other side, it's also going to be fascinating with Goose and Mayo.
I agree.
Wait, here we go, because it is time for the very first semifinal matchup, Viper versus Trigger. Over to you, Classic.
Classic, got you loud and clear. Viper, Trigger. Congratulations on the first round. Welcome to the semifinals, but guess what? You're only as good as your last fight. You got about 10 seconds before I kick this on. Good luck, gents. Three, 2, 1. Fight's on.
Here we go. Turn it in.
All right, first merge. Viper and Trigger.
Viper's digging. All right, no shots exchanged. That's the first one.
Both of these competitors are skilled and talented. Trigger probably feels like I could have been the #1 seed.
I'm watching Trigger. He's sticking to a red game plan here. He wasn't digging down too low to lose energy out of the gate. Maybe taking a little bit more conservative game plan against a very experienced, proven fighter.
Yeah, he did his homework from OTS-1. He knows how Viper is and how he moves. We have a Viper versus a Hornet.
I tell you, that's impressive to me that somebody that hasn't done this for real has the ability to switch up his game plan, like, you know, sizing up his adversary, knowing his experience in the aircraft he's flying. He's doing a great job. Both these guys are.
Oh, we have some shots fired there. Oh, Trigger with the trigger finger there from Viper.
Man, that's a first for Viper, I think.
Yeah, that was on Viper. That was a money shot.
I tell you
Accuracy
what,
once again showing up by Trigger.
I mean, you nailed that comment there. Accuracy 100%. I was just thinking, like, man, his fleeting moment of an opportunity to take that shot, I mean, his accuracy skills with that gun are phenomenal. I mean, that was very impressive to see.
How did that all unfold? Because for a majority of that fight, both fighters were neutral. So what did you see from Trigger that gave him an opportunity to fire?
What I saw out of that was, you know, he started from low to high, and he didn't aggressively pull in the vertical to meet the merge with Viper, which would have, you know, lost a lot of energy. So at that follow-on merge, I was looking at his airspeed, and he was still maintaining 400 knots, which in a Hornet, you know, on follow-on mergers is hard to do. So he is very conservative. He's not bleeding energy. He knows he's up against a superior rate fighter with the F-16, and I think he did a great job. And as he worked to subsequent merges, he saw that opportunity present itself. He made an energy excursion, got that angular advantage, which the Hornet does best. And I mean, he's got a steady hand on the stick for squeezing that trigger and getting those rounds on target. That was a phenomenal execution.
It was. Let's take a look at the replays. We have an offensive replay right now from Trigger and how he was able to size up and get just the right angle to fire that shot on Viper in set 1. In order to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. Here's an overlay from TAC view of these two skilled fighters. This is the first set of the semifinals.
Yeah, what I saw out of Viper there was just a misplacement of his lift vector. You know, when he was working out a plane, you know, he needed to reorient his lift vector, and he gave some angular advantage away right here.
Yeah, we're going to have another replay incoming. It's going to have a better angle of what we're able to see and how Trigger was able to employ his gun.
So right here, Viper needed to reorient his lift vector. He was about 90 degrees of roll off to where he needed to do that lift vector. So he essentially gave angles back. I mean, he paid for it. That was just a BFM error.
Man, that was a wicked shot. Look at that angle as he's going down.
It's almost indicative of losing sight, which I'm not sure that's not something that we've seen out of Viper before. But yeah, maybe he just didn't know where the adversary was to fight. So his lift vector was just it was about 90 degrees pointing over here when it should have been pointed over here to close those angles down. So he just gave angles back to Trigger, and Trigger capitalized on it.
And it was simply because, or one of the reasons, because of the lift vector, and the margin is thin, especially when you get this deep into the BFM.
Absolutely. These are two skilled fighters. One person makes a mistake, the other one capitalizes on it, and that's exactly what Trigger did.
Man, and now Trigger gets an opportunity to have the higher altitude in the second set. Impressive job there by Trigger, but Viper is still skilled. This match is far from over.
I tell you, I think Trigger's got the advantage on the second set, starting high in the Hornet. I mean, you can use gravity to your advantage to maintain energy as you dig to the inside, working downhill. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a forward quarter gunshot at the first merge out of Trigger.
So if you're in the position of Viper, knowing that Trigger is starting with a higher altitude, what should he be doing defensively on that first merge? Walk me through it, because he has a Viper.
I would never come in defensively to the first merge on either side.
All right.
He's got to be equally as aggressive. He's got to force that merge. You know, he should be trying to capitalize on the forward quarter gunshot too, but Hornet's got the advantage in that scenario. However, working uphill in the Viper, I mean, it's an even match. It's just a matter of which one wants to hang it out there to make the energy excursion going into that first merge. I think the Hornet has the advantage from high to low because he can maintain energy going downhill, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes total sense. All right, let's see how it all unfolds. Set number 2 between these two competitors, Viper against Trigger. Over to you, Classic.
Justin, Classic, got you loud and clear. All right, gents, you've swapped altitudes onto the second set. Stand by for the countdown. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
All right, let's pay attention to this very first merge between Trigger and Viper. You said never come into that first merge defensively. Any shots employed? Nope, no action.
Viper was digging for it. You saw the vapes coming off his jet. I didn't see the aggressiveness out of Trigger that I was expecting.
All right. Viper knows he has to try to return the favor before set number 3. This set right here could define a lot and set the tone for who would be advancing to the championship.
I mean,
all right, so shots,
here,
shots fired.
Viper, he's got the traditional advantage. I'm not sure what happened with Trigger off that first merge. He just did not close in, and I think he's paying for it now.
Audience,
he's got Trigger bled down. You see the vapes coming off Trigger's aircraft. I think Viper's trying to stay right in the rate band and be patient here.
Yeah, right now.
He's coming down. He's coming down to meet him.
Oh, they're about to connect right there. Take a look at the overlays. It'll tell you who's offense and defensive right there with the UIS. It's in real time.
Viper's got to get the pull on.
Viper's now defensive. All right, Trigger's trying to push in. We just passed the 90-second marker.
I'm not sure.
We're not used to seeing this from Viper on the defense. Oh, Trigger. Whoa, Trigger. Accuracy again. He came in hot.
Man, I'm surprised to see that. I thought Viper had a pretty good thing going there, and then he just kept his airspeed increasing, which again, in a Viper, you have that ability to add energy really fast, but he was not pulling to deny those angles to Trigger, and Trigger took advantage of it again.
So we're going to be able to see the replay shortly, but it felt like the way that Trigger was coming in, it was too fast, and he was close to an overshoot, but he got the angle and he shot him at the right time.
Yeah, and again, that's a decision you have to make. If you're coming, not a line from, right at 6 o'clock where it's just, you're just chasing him down. Anytime you're coming in out of plane, you're going to have a massive amount of closure that you have to deal with. So again, I think Trigger knows his skill set with that gun, and he's crushing it.
Let's take a look at the replay because, man, that was fascinating. This guy doesn't miss.
He doesn't.
His shooting accuracy is crazy, and once again, the top scorer in the trials from accuracy, and he is showing it all throughout dogfighting and BFM. But walk me through what you're seeing here.
Right here, I see, Viper is in. He took some shots. He's got a great position. He's got more thrust to weight.
Why did he miss there? Was that just a bad angle?
I think he was taking a long-range shot. He should have been a little more patient to
he didn't get into the control zone.
Drive it in a little closer. Shooting bigger targets is generally a better game plan.
All right, let's take a look at it from TAC view, a little bit different.
So he's got a vertical overshoot. But
once again, blue is Viper and red is Trigger. This was the shot that he was not able to land in the set. Now we're going to switch it up. Here's the shoot down. And it looked like he was coming in hot. This was a reverse into shoot down by Trigger.
So you can see Trigger right now, he's doing a good job pulling lead with his lift vector, even though he's working three-dimensional out of plane. So he's projecting his nose across the circle as he's digging nose low, maintaining that energy.
Okay.
And this is what gives him the ability to gain some angles back. When he does not have the energy addition that the Viper does, he could exploit the vertical and use gravity to help him get across the circle and gain angles. And that's exactly what he does here. So for Viper, had he been down on the deck in this scenario, then the Hornet doesn't have the ability to keep up.
What did you see defensively from Viper in that match? Specifically right there.
Aileron rolls, much like the movies show. An aileron roll, you can dodge the bullets. That doesn't work in real life. It looked like he was jinking one direction and decided to change his mind and go the other direction. But the entire time, anytime you're showing plan for him, you're a big target, especially for Trigger, who can obviously shoot anything, it seems like, with pretty good accuracy. So the one mistake that I saw, he had at least 500 knots on the airplane, and he continued what we call graping across the sky. He's not turning, he's just moving across the sky, but the Hornet can turn inside of that, very easily. And I think, Trigger used the vertical, he could dig nose low and cut across the circle, and that's exactly what he did, and it worked out. So I think I was impressed to see Trigger initially maintaining, a rate mindset, and then once he saw the opportunity again, he's transitioned, took the opportunity to dig inside and take the shot.
And it also sounds like just some of those small mistakes that we've seen from Viper, whether it be with the lift vector or just turn rate, that he clearly has been it's costed him every single time, because every time Trigger has been able to execute and switch it up.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it goes back to the training with the Harpia Squadron. I think those guys worked hard together, and they ran through these scenarios. And BFM it's not an easy skill set. It's something that's very difficult to practice because there's always changing variables. So just when you think you got it nailed one time, the next time somebody else pulls something different, and it's a completely different sight picture. So you got to go through a lot of sets to get there.
In order to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. Over to Classic for another set.
Here we go.
Justin Classic got you loud and clear on to the third and final set of this semifinal. Gentlemen waiting on the server, and then I'll count you down. Good luck. Three, two, one, fights on.
Here we go, the final set between Trigger and Viper. Trigger with the overwhelming advantage with UIS. Here's the first merge.
Interesting. Trigger is bringing him into a roller fight, rolling scissors, which is a one circle.
What does that mean, Dahigi?
I mean, he didn't really force the merge from the beginning, and he's kind of trying to lure Viper into a one circle fight, which is where the Hornet likes to be. So we'll see how this unfolds here. But that was an interesting tactic. I like that.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
Man.
Oh my gosh. This guy.
Textbook.
It doesn't matter. He can't miss. All right, walk us first through that strategy. An interesting strategy and setup, but still the same result for Trigger.
Okay, so a rolling scissors is a rate fight and a radius fight.
Okay.
So you want to be the first one to get around the circle, but you want to be the last one downrange. You want to get flushed out in front. And so, basically, he lured Viper into a rolling scissors, and ultimately, that immediately requires Viper to switch mindsets into a one circle fight. So he's got to bleed below, to deny the angles to Trigger, and the Hornet is going to win that game all day long. It's just more maneuverable. It does much better in the slow fight, and he came over the top and had the angles. So
you saw that same strategy against Ahab. It feels like he's playing chess.
Yeah, dude. He's all about playing chess, but at high speed, right?
Decisions
it's a chess game,
in
making decisions,
milliseconds.
milliseconds at high speed. I love that.
This guy said that his name is Trigger, that's his call sign, but he's also cool as ice. Wow, I was not expecting that between these two. I thought it was gonna be a bit closer, but Trigger, statement. He set the tone.
He did say, you can call me Iceman. Remember that?
He did. He said, you can call me Iceman because I got ice in my veins. Let's take a look at the replay as you were breaking it down. Wow. All right, so right here we have the one circle right now. This is from TAC View. Trigger, just with some textbook. He started, is that normal that you start off in a beam with that approach or strategy of rolling scissors?
I mean, it's a technique. I wouldn't say that's necessarily what I would always go to the merge. But, I mean, he knows his adversary now. He's sized him up.
He more than knows Viper.
and he knows that he's fighting a superior rate fighter. So I do want to get him into a radius slow speed fight. So typically you go to the merge, after the first merge, then you would turn same direction. And
textbook.
I mean, man, that was time to kill was low, and he immediately executed. I guarantee you when we talk to him, he's gonna say he had a plan, he had a strategy that he wanted to pull him into a slow speed radius fight, and that's what he did. And it paid off, it worked.
Okay, so defensively, we're gonna get a chance now to hear from Viper and bring him in. I'll just ask him the question myself instead of you. Viper, what were your thoughts defensively as you were battling there against Trigger in that final set?
Yeah, I had no chance. Trigger is a really good dogfighter. This was 3 kills in a row. He did great, and it's his win.
Yeah, tell me what you thought on that last set there. It looked like Trigger did not go to a close aboard merge with you. Did you find that a little bit strange, or did you get lured into his strategy to go into a one circle fight?
Yeah, I got led in his strategy. So he has always passed me. That was interesting. Learned a lot today, and we'll do better next time. But it's his win. He did great.
Yeah. Sorry for the loss. I would say in the future, if you ever see him not come to the merge like that in a Viper, you can sky to the moon vertical, and there's nothing the Hornet can do to come chase you up there. So that would be like your sanctuary, and then you could just punish him after that. But you always want to go to the merge. But he obviously lured you. He took a chance, lured you into a rolling scissors, which is more of a one circle fight, and then obviously the Hornet capitalized on the turn.
Yeah, when a Hornet turns a Viper into scissors, you are chanceless. You have no chance.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Viper, I know you had aspirations coming into OTS-2 to be a 2-time champion. Despite today's outcome, what has your experience been like?
Oh, I had the same feeling like in OTS-1 when the adrenaline kicks in. And normally on a simulator, you don't feel the adrenaline like you do in real life, or when you fly aerobatics in real life or do stuff. And that feels different. But OTS is getting this to a simulator, and I like that a lot. So I love that feeling, and I will compete again.
I'm looking forward to seeing you back. This is going to be awesome. Hopefully you can pass on lessons learned and continue to sharpen that blade like we said before, and looking forward to OTS-3.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Viper,
it's his win, and he earned it. He earned it really, really good. Trigger did it really good. But we've been in a voice chat before, and there are 3 guys from Harpia in there, from the Brazilian squadron, and Trigger is the only one that is only pulling up DCS for BFM. He is not doing anything else. He's only doing BFM. So if somebody is only doing that, he is really good at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
really, really good.
Certainly.
Well done.
It still was a great battle. Now, on the other side of the bracket, Viper, I'd love to know your thoughts. Who do you think is going to advance? Because you've had experience against Mayo and Goose.
Oh. Hard question. Both are good. It will be a close outcome.
Great. Well, thanks for the time, Viper. Really appreciate it. And best of luck in OTS-3.
You're welcome. Hopefully. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. So the first ticket has been punched. Let's speak to the gentleman that has punched that ticket into the final. Trigger with the trigger finger, but also known as Mr. Iceman. But yeah, that was really good to see the performance today by Viper, the reigning champ. And now he's officially been eliminated. So Trigger has certainly done what is needed to do, because if you want to be crowned the champ, you got to take down the champ.
Yeah, sad to see Viper go, but hey, hard to stay on top, like we said. But I think we're ready for Trigger.
Let's bring in Trigger. All right, Trigger, thanks for joining us. Walk us through set number 3 and rolling scissors in that strategy. When did you decide that you wanted to do that? All right, we're still waiting to get the...
All right, well, I thought to myself, well, the Viper is good at two-circle fighting, and the Hornet is obviously the better radius fighter. So I thought, well, if I get into a rolling scissors, for me, it's better, because having the smaller radius means that I'm gonna be able to put him in front of me, and that's what I want.
I tell you what, your conceptual understanding of dogfighting and BFM is well above average. I'm very impressed. Because the rolling scissors is a combination between rate and radius, and that's, I mean, it's a gamble not going to the merge, because you could have gotten shot if if he was able to point the gun on you there, but ultimately the strategy worked out for you.
Yeah, indeed, it's a gamble. I believe that this merge is also a gamble, because there's always a possibility of a head-on happening. So you have 2 options: you either commit to it, or you try to make it work the other way.
Yeah, that's true. And again, knowing that it's a gunfight versus a gunfight changes the strategy immensely. But what are you thinking about the next fight? What's your strategy going to be going into that? Because it looks like
I have to look at the moment and decide what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
So you have anything?
So you do the high-speed chess decision making. I like that. So that's a very impressive skill to have. I mean, I like the fact that you go in with a plan. So it sounds like every time you have a plan. Is that true?
Well, I indeed have a plan, but again, I need to evaluate the situation at the moment. Again, I have this idea of possible outcomes to what I'm gonna do. So I just need to look at the moment and see what's gonna work best for me.
Okay, who do you think you're gonna see in the final round, Mayo or Goose?
Well, that's really hard to tell, because from what I've seen from the stream, both of them are very, very good pilots. So I don't know, it could go both ways.
Walk us through your accuracy, because it feels like, Trigger, you don't miss on any shots. How confident are you feeling when you're pulling that trigger?
Oh, well, I'm feeling very confident, and I try to wait until I'm on the very right parameters for the shot, so I don't miss, because you know, the bullets you run out of bullets pretty quick, so you gotta be conservative on the trigger. So that's why I try to, you know, only fire my shots when I'm on the right parameters.
Well, thanks for the time, Trigger. Looking forward to seeing you in the final. Best of luck.
All right, see you guys.
Yes, sir. Fights on. So the first of 2 tickets has been punched into the final. What a heat. Let's take a look at that bracket, because Brazil has advanced, and that is the number 4 seed Trigger advancing to the finals. His opponent is yet to be decided. Heat 2 is going to be coming up shortly, and as Trigger mentioned, it's going to be tough to decide. Is it Mayo, the runner-up from OTS-1, or is it Goose? Over 10,000 hours through the air this guy has experienced in real time, and he has his son Rooster rooting him on. This is going to be a tough one, 2 seed versus a 6 seed.
I agree with you all day long. I mean, I go either direction. I might tip my hand towards Mayo with the experience, you know, in the simulated world, but Goose, yeah, this is going to be an exciting fight. That's all I got to say about that.
All right, let's find out. It's Italy versus Canada. Mayo versus Goose. Over to you, Classic.
Mayo, Goose, congratulations on making it to the semifinals, but like I told the other competitors, you're only as good as your last fight, and this one begins in 10 seconds. As soon as the server comes off pause, I'll count you down. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
Here we go. Set number 1 of 3. Emerge.
Oh, yeah, Goose.
Goose coming out.
He might pay for that, though. He made a huge energy excursion there. He's going to be low on energy. We've got Mayo at least 100 knots of airspeed above Goose right now.
Unlike the first semifinal matchup, this is Hornet v. Hornet. Mayo right now offensive. In the control zone, shots fired. Goose doing his best defensively. All right, he's able to escape it for now.
All right, he's going to redefine those lows, so we're going to end up potentially in a nose low spiral here. This could flush out on the deck.
It's been a while since we had one of these fights.
Here we go. Man, Goose is standing on the rudders there, trading shots. All right, he's got to manage his energy now. Being slow on the deck is not where you want to be, but it's typically where you end up in a Hornet, so.
Mayo's motto, tip of the spear, it's best to be sharp. Whoa, you're coming real close to that deck. Oh, down goes Mayo. Self-inflicted.
Man. I was looking at Goose the whole time. He was trying to do deck save as well. He was down like 150 to 170 knots, and then
speaking about energy management, what did you see there from Mayo?
Obviously, a huge aviation error. You never want to fly your airplane to the deck on your own behalf. I mean, but that's the way it goes, though. You get so excited, pulling for a shot or making an energy excursion. You see an opportunity, but you forget about the deck being right below you. And when you're up in the air, suspended there, high altitude, not a big deal to lose energy, but you cannot afford, to miss the aviate, navigate, communicate. Aviation always comes first, and you fly too slow, and you lose the energy on that aircraft. You're going to end up settling into the deck, and that looks like exactly what happened.
Let's take a look at the replays on how that first set of 3 unfolded between Goose and Mayo. This one that we're looking at right now is Goose firing shots, and he wasn't able to land them. But you said that you were looking at his energy management. Go back to that.
Yeah, I mean, so right there, he defeated the shot. But then ultimately, you see both aircraft end up slow on the deck. And at some point, what I saw was Goose recognized that, and he kind of came off the turning game plan and went wings level to try to save the deck, which gives away angles to your adversary, but I'm still alive because I didn't hit the deck. It looks like Mayo was still pulling, lost energy, and fell into the deck.
That's a tough pill to swallow right there from Mayo. Here's a look at the second shot between these 2 competitors. Felt like he just lost control as they were going close to the deck. That was a good shot that was fired, just wasn't able to execute. He was offensive.
Great reversal from Goose as well. I mean, I think Goose did a great job defensively, and then recognized the deck as a factor, and he came off.
Yeah, this is one of those situations.
So right there, that's where we saw.
All right.
Yeah.
What are you seeing from the lift vector right now from Mayo?
So Mayo's pulling pure pursuit, which is lift vector, directly on,
And then crash.
So you see it if you take the you see the shadow approaching, then.
So explain to us why is that he couldn't pull up once he got down that low to the deck.
So you can see right there, just he's pulling up on the aircraft. He's trying to pull, and even though you have afterburners pushing all this thrust out of the back, you still have probably 30,000 plus aircraft at that point. Those engines can't produce enough thrust to get it going across as you're digging sideways through the air to maintain the lift. And so even though you feel like you're going fast, you're really settling into the deck.
Okay.
And so it's a sensation of like, oh, I'm gonna hit the deck, I'm gonna pull back. And you create more angle of attack, creates more drag and more settle into the deck. So, if he maintained his on-speed angle of attack, he might have been able to save it. I didn't see the parameters in his HUD at the time, but it looks like he's pulling for the classic deck save, pulling too many, or lifting his nose too high up without the energy on the aircraft. The engines aren't going to be able to outthrust that, and you're going to settle into the deck.
Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. That is the first of 3 sets between these two. The winner is going to be able to advance to the final. Man, that was exciting. But we still have some more sets to play out. It's time for that second set between Mayo and Goose. It has been exceptional to see so far. What should be the approach right now from Goose, knowing that he is going to have the higher altitude? Remember, coming into this semifinal, Goose is the lower seed, so that means that he will have the higher altitude in the second set.
Yeah, again, if I'm higher altitude in a Hornet, I'm going to go ahead and sell the farm a little bit to bleed some energy. I want to be to the inside of the turn if I can get there, and take that first forward quarter shot going into this. That would be my strategy. If that doesn't work out for you, you don't get the kill right there, I'm going to unload the aircraft a little bit, take the G's off of it, and try to accelerate to have some energy at the second merge.
We'll see if that four-quarter shot is able to happen in the second set. Over to you, Classic, for set number 2.
Justin, copy. Mayo, Goose, good first fight. Second one starts in 10. I'll count you down when the server comes off pause. Good luck. Three, 2, 1. Fight's on.
Yeah, Goose is digging in.
Early shots.
Looks like Goose is working nose high.
This second set is decisive, possibly, for who is going to be advancing to the final. There has to be some aggression as both pilots and competitors are trying to size each other up. Some shots over there, unable to land. To the left is Mayo, to the right is Goose. Italy versus Canada.
All right, so it looks like Goose is pulling lead from high to low here.
And he's pushing in. He's now offensive. Goose trying to close in. All right, we're back to neutral.
When you see that, the aircraft is taking an energy excursion to try to get into the control zone. So he's momentarily offensive, but sometimes it goes back to neutral just based on your inability to maintain that angular advantage.
I know this is also what you'd love to see, Dahili. This is Hornet.
Hornet be a Hornet all day long. All right, so now Goose is a little bit low on energy here coming around. Looks like he's getting back in his rate band. He's back offensive.
All right, less than 2 minutes left. Time is ticking.
Approaching the deck. Let's see if Mayo learned the lesson.
Oh! Down goes Mayo. Goose.
Boom.
Got him.
There we go. A little victory roll with some flares. I like it. I like it. That's awesome.
What did you like there from Goose, offensively?
Well, I just saw him
closer to the deck real quick.
Yeah, I saw him when he worked into the vertical. He does a great job of reorienting his lift vector, essentially to position himself across the circle with the opportunity to employ the gun. You saw a few times where they swap, and you're looking at the monitor there, and it's showing neutral to offensive to defensive.
And that's because of what?
That's it. That's them basically, selling some energy, coming over the top to gain an offensive advantage, but then they have to get the energy back. So they have to give away some angles as the other aircraft is rating around the circle. So, but ultimately Goose was able to overall maintain more of an offensive advantage. And then at the end, I was looking at Mayo at the end. I wonder if the deck was in his mind.
Yeah,
I was like, man, I hope he's not going to fly into the deck again and have another.
Let's take a look at the replay from this set too, because yes, the first set self-inflicted and down to the deck, but this was right here, the angle. This is Goose right here that is trailing in. Yeah, just when I was saying don't get too close to the deck, boom.
So I think for a second there, he was thinking the deck is coming to get me as well, but he's also realizing that that Goose has an offensive advantage and there might be an impending gunshot. So I think for the split second he came off to save the deck, and then
and that was when Goose took advantage.
Simultaneously when Goose was getting ready to shoot. So
that was precise as well.
That was a great shot. I mean, again, that was a little bit of a long range shot, but ultimately.
He sized it up at the right time because of the position that Mayo put himself in, because he's so close to the deck.
Yep, and he's basically a really stable, steady hand when he was, lining up his gun plane with the plate of motion.
The swag at the end.
The swag at the end. That's what I said. I love it. The flares, the aileron roll, victory roll.
I'm
He's
telling
not done yet. We got one more set.
We do have one more set, but we have to remind everyone this guy Goose sent in the video during the submissions, and he was surprised that he got this far. Surprised that he got this far. You talk about, I'm not sure if I actually should be in this competition with everybody. It's like, let's see how everything goes. It's a family affair, and Goose wouldn't be here if not for the 15-year-old phenom, his son Rooster, who popped up in one of the videos when we were interviewing him.
I don't want to do any foreshadowing, but I just want to know what your thoughts are if you end up with Goose and Rooster and OTS-3 together.
All right, let's slow down, pump the brakes. We still have OTS-2 to finish. That would be exciting, but let's see how this all shakes out. But overall, the strategy that you've seen from Goose, you have to be impressed with it. And it's clear that he has the advantage as he's trying to maneuver things in the Hornet. And that real life experience, whether it's as a bush pilot or 10,000 hours through the air, it's certainly showing.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I think he, a lot like Trigger, sizes up, his opponent, sees what he did previously, tries to learn from that, and then readjust his strategy. But what I see from Goose, though, is he comes out aggressive right out of the gate, which, anytime somebody's shooting a gun at you and you're seeing the tracers coming at you, that gets in your mind and maybe pulls you off your strategy for a second. And those few split seconds where Goose is able to capitalize, he's selling energy to basically gain an angular advantage, and he was able to beat Mayo down all the way down to the deck again, and then on the deck, he had a steady hand, and you end up on the deck in an offensive advantage. You're going to go ahead and have the opportunity for the kill, and that's what he did.
All right, we have one final set between these two. Who is going to advance to take on Trigger in the final? Over to you, Classic, for the final set.
Justin, copy. I've got it. Mayo and Goose, welcome to your final set. As soon as the server comes off pause, I'll count you down. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
Here we go.
Mayo has a lot of work to do here in the final set if he wants to even advance to the next round.
Man, at a wide second merge, Goose is working nose low across the circle.
As you look on the bottom of your screen with the UI, yes, overwhelming advantage there from Goose because of the 2 clean kills are self-inflicted first by Mayo. Yes,
a kill is a kill.
A kill is a kill. Kill or be killed. This is the final set. The winner of this advances to play Trigger, $10,000 on the line. Mayo, we need to see some aggression. It's still ending with a strong note. I still believe in that if you're prideful.
Absolutely. I mean, you definitely won. I mean, I'm not sure if you can pull it out from here, but both aircraft right now, they got great numbers. approaching the deck. Neither can exploit nose low to cut across the circle. So we'll see how this works. I think Goose is actually going over the top here.
Yeah, I see that.
So you got a high yo-yo opportunity to try to cut across the circle as well. The only disadvantage is you lose energy on the other side of the circle. So you know, ideally in a Hornet, you'd like to be able to work a nose low across the circle, but obviously the deck does not allow you to do that.
So when should Goose be turning up? Answer my question. He's turning in right now.
He's working a high-low. He tried to gain some altitude above the
All
deck.
right,
so
we got some action. Shots fired. Goose unable to land it.
What you see, though, is Goose is low energy now, so you pay the price, but he still has just enough to make it over the top, and he's incredibly low.
And that's also probably an approach you could take when you know how the first two sets played out.
You can see right now he's got an angular advantage. He might have an opportunity if he can. Doesn't have the energy to pull the lead. So you see the vapes coming off his jet.
All right, we're past the 80-second marker. This is the final set of the semis. Mayo and Goose, Italy versus Canada.
Oh man, Goose doesn't have a whole lot of options now. Mayo's got a ton of energy. He can work into the vertical. I'm not sure Goose can go back uphill again.
But Mayo's real close to the deck. What's going on with Mayo? Is this?
He's got energy though. He's coming down to match him, so he's got the opportunity.
There we go. Oh, nice shot by Mayo. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, Mayo. And then pridefully. Ended on a strong note with set 3. That was nice. What did you like there from Mayo?
I mean, he was patient. You know, he stayed in the rate numbers. You know, Goose was working slow energy. He's still able to go over the top. Not that the Hornet can't go vertical, but I saw Goose once they got down on the deck. He worked into the vertical a little bit too soon, and you know, bled some energy to do that. And meanwhile, Mayo stayed patient, waited for Goose to be bled down. You saw that Goose couldn't go vertical a second time, had to come off in the oblique, and then Mayo just saddled in the control zone, was able to employ. So
yeah, let's take a look again at that final set between Mayo and Goose. Real nice strategy there from Mayo, but this was the first shot here from Goose. I asked you when he was going to turn, but he just didn't have the angle.
Yep. You saw him digging, like he's pulling an angle of attack to the max to be able to have the nose authority. That's where the Hornet shines, as the nose authority to influence your adversary. But then he had to come off. You see the vapes coming off. He's low energy there.
You have to be really precise.
Absolutely.
Maybe Trigger's watching. Is like, I probably would have got that shot. And then here's the shoot down here, real close to the deck.
Yeah, going into the vertical, low energy.
Because of that,
I thought he could have taken a shot right here.
All right. But once again, because of that decision by Goose.
There we go. Boom.
That put him in this position.
That's correct. I mean, Goose, you know, kind of hung it out there a little bit to, you know, to take the shot, but he lost energy. And then on the subsequent merge, you have to be patient. If you're in your rate numbers and you see the other guy's bled down and he has no energy, you know, there's nothing he can do to maneuver his aircraft magically to your control zone. Like, you're just going to get savaged with no energy on the deck.
Yeah, wow. Phenomenal ending between these two, the semifinals. Wow, we're going to be able to hear from both Goose and Mayo, and we'll let you know how the championship bracket is set out. But great overall. And Mayo, let's bring in the runner-up from OTS-1, who just had a really nice ending. Mayo, how did you feel getting that kill in the final set?
You know, I just all the point, which I didn't manage to do in the first two sets. So get the kill of the last round was just to raise up a little bit of self, you know.
Yeah, glad to see you finish strong. But I do have a question back on the first set where you basically you know, flew into the ground. What were your thoughts as you're trying to save, you know, the impact into the deck?
You know, the maneuver from the beginning was wrong, so I just kept going down. Once I realized that I got not enough speed to recover, I've tried the all-in, but it didn't work, of course, because the ground always has the perfect win rate. So yeah, it was just a stupid maneuver trying to save another stupid maneuver.
Okay, so what do you think you would do different in your training to get ready for OTS-3?
I think that, you know, I trained a lot this time for the dogfight. I really tried to push as much as I can. I really met a guy which I want to thanks, if it's okay, Vincenzo. Grazie mille, Vincenzo. Sorry for the Italian word, because he helped me a lot. So I think the thing I will try to train more on is try to be more relaxed under pressure, because that's the thing that I feel got me in the wrong spot.
Well, thanks, Mario, for the time. Best of luck down the road. Great fight overall.
Thanks.
All right. So Mario is going to be eliminated. We're going to get a chance to hear from Goose, who will be able to speak about his strategy. But that was a great question to Mario about what he was thinking specifically on the first set, because it felt like that decided how the rest of the round played out.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. I mean, it's unfortunate, it's happens to the best of us in training, hopefully to no one in real life, but the deck will always win. So when we say aviate, navigate, communicate, that's a no kidding, like, you got to aviate. So that means don't get slow, don't fly into the ground. That's the number one thing. Even if somebody's also trying to kill you, you want to make sure you don't hit the ground first.
Let's bring in Goose now with a great job taking down Mayo. Goose, I know your motto is fly good and don't suck. How did your approach change after that self-inflicted kill from Mayo in set 1?
Well, psychologically, I think that's it. It flips the lid on the competition. I mean, hard to bounce back from that, but also I think it's easier to have the knife in your teeth a little bit more going in, one up, like you can roll the dice a little bit harder and play those harder angles, bear down a little bit more.
Now, how did you feel on the second set at the very end when Mayo brought the fight down to the deck and you're low altitude making a gunshot? Did that make you nervous at all, being that close to the deck, trying to take a gunshot?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So, I mean, how much of your attention was towards not hitting the dirt versus having a valid gunshot?
Well, I think maybe that is one place where being a real pilot helps, and it's like aviate, navigate, communicate. And I think fight comes in there right after the aviate part, because I've got a better than zero chance that my opponent is going to shoot me down, but the ground will always win.
Absolutely, 100%. We were just talking about that exact thing.
Goose, I know you said that you were surprised that you made it this far. Has that surprise or shock weared off? You're going pretty far.
I am, but I'm not going to get cocky. I don't know if it's the Canadian in me or I'm grateful to be here. Whoever I meet in the final I will have my work cut out for me, no doubt.
Early thoughts as you've assessed the competition. You're going to be taking on Trigger. What are your early thoughts going into that showdown?
I think Trigger is a tactician, and I think he has the benefit of young neurons. Probably a few cobwebs in my old gray matter here. So, it will be, either way, it will be a great fight. I hope to at least get one in on him.
Absolutely.
Well, certainly. We're going to find that out very shortly. Goose, thanks for making the time, and best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
And just like that, we have our finals. Let's take a look at the bracket. Wow, we started with 8 pilots, and now we're down to 2. The very final matchup, as we mentioned, the number 4 seed Trigger, representing Brazil, Harpier Squadron, and then you have the number 6 seed Goose, representing Canada, Virtual Armed Forces, VFA 136. This is going to be an exciting showdown between these 2 pilots. $10,000 are on the line. Stay with us. We'll be right back, because now we're going to go to one of our sponsors.
Your squadron deserves better than a and a broken mission. Fox 3 runs fully managed DCS and IL-2 servers, patched, monitored, ready when you are. Need a mission? Mission Curator builds one on demand from over 50,000 real fleet fragments. Mission keeps crashing? Mission RX rates it, fixes it, and certifies it. Want a personalized livery? Skycraft builds custom squadron liveries in your browser. Managed solutions. Fox3servers.com. Ready to fly.
All right, the final matchup is set. It is number 4, Trigger, versus number 6, Goose. But before we crown a champion, we've got Matt Hall coming back to us to give his read on today's bracket and his pick for the finals, right after these words from our sponsor. Matt, welcome back. Great to have you. I'm sure you've been enjoying the matches so far. Talk to me. What have you seen so far, and who's your pick in the final match?
Yeah, it's been great to watch. It's bringing back a lot of memories. Actually, I've had a dogfight. Like I said earlier, watching Trigger through that precision run. Yeah, unbelievable control with his pepper. If you get in Trigger's HUD, you're going to die. That's the bottom line. So stay out of his HUD. But Goose, he's got some really good flying skills, some really good concepts of BF and understanding. I also think he's got an advantage because I'm pretty sure he's got a wizzo called Goose hanging somewhere in the background, reading out his energy states, his altitude. Rooster as his wizzo there. So I'm thinking it's going to be a really close matchup. I'm pretty excited to watch what happens here.
All right, but Matt, you technically didn't make a pick. I need you to make a pick before we let you go.
Okay, technically, I'm actually going to stick with my original of Trigger, because he only needs one opportunity, and it's game over.
Well, thank you, Matt, again for joining us for OTS-2. Your welcomed wisdom. We've appreciated it all. We'll let you go, and we'll see you on the next one.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Well, folks, here we are. Moments before the championship dogfight to Higgy. Any final thoughts before we crown the OTS-2 champion?
Well, I tell you what, I mean, it's any man's fight at this point. I think we were surprised with Garrick at the beginning. We kind of shifted focus over to Trigger based on his previous performance. But like we said before, everything that happened in the past doesn't matter. It's all about living in the moment right now. So we'll see what these two pilots can do to put it together. But I think it could be anybody's fight. I think Trigger might have a little bit of an edge, but I mean, Goose is a wild card in my opinion.
All right, it's showtime. 2 pilots, best of 3, $10,000 on the line in the title of the OTS-2 champion. Let's see this bracket one more time. We see the routes there, how Goose was able to get here. He takes down Garrick, he takes down Mayo, and then Trigger took down Ahab, as well as the reigning OTS-1 champion, Viper. This is what it all comes down to. Set number 1 of the championship match, OTS-2, Trigger versus Goose. Over to you, Classic.
Trigger, Goose, welcome to your final matchup. Congratulations for getting here, but guess what? No one cares. This is what matters. I'll count you down when the server comes off pause. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fight's on.
Go.
All right, we have the merge coming up. This is where the pressure builds. 10K on the line.
Goose getting aggressive.
Real early on.
Taking a shot.
We know both of these competitors are very thought forward. Strategy is key.
Yeah,
Goose is not playing around.
I tell you what, I don't know if Trigger had the mindset to try to avoid the merge. But it is not working out for him.
Goose was heavy on the offense to start this set. It's still very early on, though.
Did he get around? He might have taken a round. Looks like he has some battle damage.
Yeah. Because Trigger's now trying to change where his lift vector is going. But where's Goose going?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Goose is going down.
I wonder if he lost sight. He's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he lost sight. He might be going for the deck to try to hide out for a second.
Trigger's now going after him. All right.
Interesting.
Less than 2 minutes left.
Set here. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, Trigger. Trigger trying to come in. Trigger.
Yeah. I think Goose may have lost sight. He went for the deck.
Oh. Yeah, Goose is
He's
really...
got sight again, though. Those tracers will help you figure out where the deck is.
Yeah, real close to the deck, Goose. Goose is going to have to pull up real quickly.
I think Goose has some pretty good guns defense awareness.
It feels like Goose is still trying to regain sight. Where is he going?
He's got some energy. He's
all right, now he's
trying to run away, but Trigger's chasing him down.
Triggers you see on the bottom left of your screen, clearly on the offense, closing in heavy. His UIS points, as you see, are calculated real time. He's on the offense. It's going up, coming into the control zone right here. We know how accurate Trigger has been all throughout BFM. Oh! No. The deck will get you every time.
Man, I did not expect that. That was an interesting fight. I mean, it looks like maybe one lost sight. For a second there, I thought Goose had some battle damage because it looked like Trigger had some sort of smoke coming out of the back of his engines. I'm not sure if that was vapes or conning or what was going on there, but then that kind of dissipated. And it looked like Goose, for whatever reason, like you said, he was continuing to go down. Why is this?
He just kept going down.
I think he may have lost sight. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to, bug out from the fight because he doesn't know where the adversary is. So the deck is your friend in that case to get low. But then I think, obviously, Trigger found him and pursued him down and employed the gun. So
let's take a look at how this all unfolded. The first set of the championship match, as we were trying to size up, you see right there the shots were fired, and we were trying to decipher in real time if they landed, because both Trigger was just going up and floating into the atmosphere, and then you had on the opposite end Goose just sinking down.
Yeah.
Yeah, Goose came out very aggressive.
He did.
All right, here's the other transition that we have here, the floor transition.
So he's got the speed break out going downhill.
Okay. Yeah, it just seemed very off.
It was a strange fight. Yeah, almost like...
And here we go. Here was an opportunity by Trigger. He wasn't able to land that shot right there on Goose. That was a tough angle. That was close. That was a tough angle, but I mean, what we've seen from Trigger so far, this guy doesn't miss. All
right.
And here we go. This is the deck.
I want to see what happened right there. I wish we could see just prior to that.
You may have another angle that's imminent, so.
I don't know if he was looking over his shoulder. Let's see here.
Here we go. Take a look at this one. Right now, the aircraft that we're looking at is,
I don't know if he was trying to look over his shoulder to do a defense there, but unfortunately, the aviate, navigate, communicate, the aviation part fell out, and he flew right into the deck.
Pressure makes diamonds. Pressure makes diamonds. Pressure makes diamonds. This is the first set in the books, $10,000 on the line between two very skilled competitors. We got a chance to speak to them throughout their journey here so far. Very surprised by that, by Goose.
I was. I mean, he's generally more of a natural aviator. He obviously has sense and awareness to the ground, being a number one enemy. But I guess we might find out here in a minute what was going on. But I think he was probably looking over his shoulder, getting ready to do a guns defense, and then unfortunately, flew his aircraft into the ground. But
yeah, what's worth noting, though, once again, remember, this is the 4 seed versus the 6 seed in the championship final. So now roles are going to be reversed. And now you have the opportunity by Goose to have it at the higher altitude. And we saw how aggressive he was on the lower altitude.
Yeah, coming from low to high in a Hornet, you're going to bleed all your energies. That's kind of a, I might be a little bit more conservative going into that merge. Maybe not try to dig all the way to the inside, maybe force a stack merge. But, if you're starting from high to low, which is where he's going to be, I'm going to fangs out all day long and try to pull to the inside of that turn and have a forward quarter gunshot.
Yeah, that could be very telling. This is going to be a huge set, possibly decide who is going to have the advantage going into set number 3. But I just didn't expect that at all. And then also, Wade Trigger just kept floating up. It was did he get hit as he was trying to exhaust energy and he was just floating into the atmosphere?
I feel like initially he was trying to do the, like the game plan he had in the last set where, he didn't go to the merge. He was trying to make a full, flow, like lure him into a one circle fight.
And his strategy is lay for the win, lead for the kill.
Yeah, lag for the win, lead for the kill. Yeah, so that means when you're pulling lead, you're putting your gun nose out in front, but you're giving up angles and all the other stuff. You're creating a closure problem as well. But ultimately, I agree with Trigger's strategy all day long.
Yeah,
I think Goose knows he's got to be aggressive on this, though. I think we're gonna see something else out of him.
All right, let's find out. Set number 2 is the championship. Over to you, Classic.
Goose, Trigger, stand by for your second set. You guys have swapped altitudes. Server will unpause, and I'll count you down. Good luck. Three, 2, 1, fights on.
Set number 2. Watch out for this aggression that Higgy alluded to.
There you go, pulling down inside. Didn't quite get there, but.
You see how the score stacks up right now. Still plenty of time for Goose to return the favor after that unfortunate outcome in set number 1. Goose on the offense.
Kind of in a roller here.
What are you seeing from Trigger to Higgy?
Yeah, I think he's being patient. We're kind of in a rolling scissors right now.
Well, that seems like his specialty.
Yeah, so when you go over the top, you can pull lead. You're going to sell some energy to do that. But the rolling scissors, this is classic rolling scissors right now. You're going sideways. Ultimately, this entire thing is going to spiral down towards the deck. So at some point,
that is a great view of the rolling scissors on attack.
It's awesome. At some point, you got to come out of it because you're going to eventually flow into the deck because the whole thing will spiral downhill. Yeah, but you could end up, if you start from higher altitudes, you could end up in a roller for a very protracted, drawn-out dogfight.
What can they do to get out of this, to grab the offensive position?
Well, I mean, somebody has to, dig inside the turn, bleed energy. Typically that's going to happen as you're slow over the top. But as you get closer to the deck, you do not want to have, a lack of energy because you need the rate numbers on the deck to have any options.
Translation, someone has to take a chance. We're past the 80-second marker. This is set number 2, 10,000 on the line.
There you go. So now we're getting slow on the
deck.
All
right, here we go. Here we go.
Yep, I saw it.
Boom, Trigger.
I saw it happen. So one iteration in that roller prior, Goose needed to make the decision to come out of it, but he took the chance to try to go over the top one more time and just ended up slow at the bottom. And like I said before, I don't care how hard you pull your nose up when you're slow on the deck, you're gonna settle into the deck.
And immediately as he took that chance, Trigger took advantage of it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Trigger was just being patient, maybe flying a little bit more, conservative, approach where he's maintaining his energy. I think his mindset was, I'm not gonna end up on the deck with less than 300 knots is where you wanna be. So, the roller ends up being a relatively slower fight. It's going to put you in your radius, slow speed numbers on the deck where you don't want to be there in a Hornet. You're going to lose.
Yeah, it was Hornet versus Hornet. Let's take a look at the replay. We were mentioning the great sight from TacView for rolling scissors. Someone had to make a move, and it appears that Goose was the first one too, and it cost him because immediately you had the opportunity there by Trigger. Would you have liked for Goose to hold off before making that move a little bit longer, or did you like the thought process or idea?
I mean, it's an aggressive, gamble to say, hey, maybe I can do one more iteration and pull it out without hitting the deck. Had he been successful, the next iteration around Trigger would have been in a bad situation. So it was just, it's tough to make that assessment unless you got a lot more experience in the aircraft and its performance capabilities. But ultimately, it was just a loss of energy. There's nothing you can do when you're behind the bucket, low to the deck. You're gonna settle into it.
Here's a look at the ground impact. Yep.
But you see right there, Trigger didn't have a whole lot of energy left. Like he was hanging on the blades as well, just trying to.
It all worked out.
Yeah.
Man, great job by Trigger. This is gonna put Goose in a very difficult predicament heading into set number 3.
Ooh. Oh, he recognized it. He ejected actually right before it looked like.
Yeah.
You see that?
I saw it.
So there's a point where you just see a face full of dirt and you're like, this is not going to happen for me.
Man. All right. So Trigger so far has a strong advantage heading into set number 3. So if you are Goose, what do you, besides aggression, give me in layman's terms what he should be doing to try to make what feels like a very steep climb to win and beat Trigger?
I think, you got $10,000 on the line. The only opportunity, like with the UIS scoring, to come back, I think he has to have the immediate kill. I mean, we're talking, within 5 seconds out of the gate, he's got to be pulling a lead and, selling all the energy to have the opportunity for that first shot. That's the only possibility that I see for him to come out on top with this.
So that puts an even more emphasis on the first merge then.
100%. That's, in my mind, that's the only option that he has. He has to be aggressive. He has to, dig inside of the turn and do everything he can with that pip replacement to get it in front of Trigger's aircraft.
When it's a co-altitude split and you have Hornet versus Hornet, if you're Goose and you're in this position, and I know you wouldn't be because of the amazing fighter that you are, Dahiggy, walk me through the beginning. What are you trying to do to make sure you capitalize and try to get UIS to work in your favor? Because you're even both at 15,000 feet.
I think the best thing you have working for you is time to kill and the bonus of actually getting the kill. So that has to be fast. Anytime you spend out there, chasing each other around in a rate fight, you're not getting the impact of large points associated with that scoring. So I think time to kill, an immediate kill is the only option he has, and that may not even be enough as well.
How about the control zone time? Does that factor in?
He could end up in the control zone and accumulate some points that way, but I'm not sure it would be enough at this stage.
Yeah, we have to see what the UIS exact score is going to be. It's going to be fascinating to see, but still, Goose has an opportunity, and the fact that he made it this far, it has to feel like a great opportunity.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I mean, I think like you said in the beginning, he didn't even expect to be here. So, I mean, I think very impressive, for him to come this far. The fight's not over yet.
No.
Anything could happen. We saw that in OTS-1. Anything could happen.
So you're saying there's a chance. With that being said, here's the very final set of the final. Over to you, Classic.
Goose, Trigger, welcome to the final set of OTS-2. Good job thus far, and good luck on this set. For 10 grand, 3, 2, 1, fights on.
Fights on. This one right here could determine everything in the final set. Ooh, early aggression by Goose. He tried.
Didn't quite get it.
But right now, you were speaking more about the control zone. You see right here the bottom score in the middle of the UIS where things stand. It is an uphill climb for Goose, but there's still plenty of time on that clock. He has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, if he did settle into the control zone, which right now kind of looks like we're leaning towards a similar fight as before. You have to saddle in the control zone and just continue to accumulate those points for the full 180 seconds.
If you're Trigger, are you essentially just playing keep away?
Not in the game of Dogfight, man. You always have to go.
I'm just saying, $10,000 is on the line. Oh,
there
shots fired. There we go. I guess so. Not in the game of Dogfight. Trigger said, hold that thought. Game blouses. Trigger.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, I mean, Trigger from the beginning, he was confident. He came in. I love what he had to say. He worked hard, and I think it paid off for him.
I was thinking if I was in his position, I'd want to be more coy. But clearly Trigger said that he didn't want to leave it up to the UIS or the scoring. He wanted to go with the definitive victory there in set 3.
Yeah, I agree. And that mindset that you just said right there is probably very indicative of why you will never beat me in a simulated dogfight. But with that being said, you know, in the world of dogfighting, man, it's like kill or be killed. So you can't ever afford to be in a phone booth knife fight with somebody else in a dogfight thinking like I can just stand over here and he's not gonna kill me. It's gonna happen. So you have to be aggressive. You got to go out there. You got to go for the kill right away. You know, and I think Trigger did just that.
You did. You set the stage coming into this final set. You spoke about the merge. Let's take a look at the replay because Goose was aggressive, knowing that he had a lot of points to try to accumulate, but he just didn't get the opportunity to execute.
Yeah, he took the shot right there. You know, good on Trigger for recognizing that. You saw him come off his game plan for a second to get skinny and pull out a plane. That is guns defense 101. You got to do it.
Man, just missed it. But it's especially tough, especially when you're at the same altitude coming into the final set. It'd have been different if he was maybe 17 or 5,000 higher. But here's a look at the shot, that execution.
Great shot.
Flawless, accurate to the 20th degree. This is what Trigger does in his sleep. What did you see about him? Oof, look at that in slow-mo. The slow motion.
Man, I love that footage.
We've been saving that angle just for the championship. That's an unreal view. Oh man, everything looks better in slow motion. Sorry at the expense of Goose, but that was a great shot.
That was great. I tell you what, you could saw when you're looking at the tracers, they come out and they're just in a perfect, you know, beeline right across. I mean, his stick management, the control of the stable platform as he's settling in for that gun cross, you know, on the flight path of Goose, very stable. Yeah, my hat's off to Trigger for that. That was awesome. Awesome job. Well done.
All right, I just heard we have Goose ready. Let's bring in Goose and get his thoughts on how that all unfolded. Goose, start us off with that first set from what you remembered. Both me and DeHiggy were trying to decipher what took place. Did you lose sight?
No, I never lost tally. I mismanaged energy. I wouldn't say I mismanaged energy, but we went into the vertical and I knew he had energy to bring his nose around faster. So I accelerated to the deck. What I did is I probably should have done a slow level to maintain my energy and extend before re-engaging. And instead I took it right down to the deck and could not make the turn. So I think it was kind of sold at that point when I ran out of energy in the vertical.
Yeah, it looked like you were going downhill with your speed breakout. And then from my perspective, you know, the C-fit kind of caught me off guard when you flew into the ground, maybe looking over your shoulder. I don't know if you're looking for the gunshot or what was going on, but.
I was 100% trying to defend the gunshot for sure.
That's what I figured.
That might be a visual glitch because I actually can't use the speed brake because my arm's in a cast and it's on the throttle.
Oh, no kidding.
So what you're trying to say is that you were doing this entire competition with one hand. You had a disadvantage, Goose, and you still made it to the final.
What? 1.5.
That's awesome.
Oh, man, Goose. Overall, amazing job. Go through the final set because you knew the uphill climb that you needed. Did you think that you had at least a decent opportunity to land that shot on the first merge?
Yeah, that kind of knife in the teeth, one circle shot. I mean, I was all in at that point. I didn't really have anything to lose, but I get those a quarter of the time I come in 1-to-1. Just didn't work out for me today.
Yeah, that's a very tough shot. I mean, you got to hang it all out there for the energy excursion, you know, to have the opportunity for that gun employment. But I have a question. What was going on in the background with Rooster during this final engagement?
Rooster is locked away in his bedroom with the door closed, and he is. I haven't seen him. He's hiding. So I might have heard some disappointed voice coming from the other side of the house.
Oh man.
No, there should be no disappointment despite the outcome. You should be proud. How has this experience been for you, knowing that your son convinced you, despite him not making it, he was an alternate, he's in the house cheering you on. This must have been super enjoyable for you.
Here he comes. You talked him out of his room, out of his cave. You know what? I have to say the experience has been outstanding. Like, it's been a really fun competition. The broad skill set in the qualifying and then the PvP beam sets are extremely challenging, and the playing field is very level. So it really is the person against the person by the time you get to the dogfight, in a fantastic format.
Could you see a world, OTS-3, both Goose and Rooster in the same field competing?
Here's hoping.
So in other words, get to work, son, and get in the bracket?
I don't want to dogfight him. He beats me most of the time.
There we go. That was my next question. Is like, if you end up in the finals with your son, are you going to go easy on him?
Wow.
No.
There you go. I like it.
All right, Goose, thanks so much. Appreciate the time, and congrats on making it this far in OTS-2. Hope to see you down the road.
Thank you, and thanks for all your work putting this on. Hope to see you next time.
Yeah, man.
Man, that was awesome, and I'm glad that Rooster was able to come out of his cage and he was no longer locked up in his room.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, I think that's a special thing. I mean, clearly he's had the influence on Rooster. Rooster came into this first and then drug his dad into OTS. Yeah, just a great story. I mean, he's super humble coming into this, didn't expect to even be there, ends up in the finals. I mean, holy cow, that's impressive.
Speaking of great stories, we have a champion. We're going to get to hear from him shortly, but Trigger's journey here, the Harpia Squadron, and we actually do have Trigger ready. Let's bring in the champion and get all his thoughts on how it all unfolded. Congrats, Trigger, on being the OTS-2 champion. Me saying that, how does that feel for you to hear that?
I mean, it feels amazing to be able to win this competition. I joined here with the intention of representing Brazil and also my squadron, the Harpia Squadron. And to be winning this means that I succeeded to do this. I succeeded on representing my team and representing my country.
Yeah, fantastic performance, through and through from the start to finish, from trials all the way to the very end. I think you did a fabulous job representing Brazil and the Harpia Squadron. But I got to ask one question. $10,000, what are you going to do with that?
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with 10 grand. I'm probably going to buy a new SSD because, the one that I have right now is, it's not enough for DCS. And I probably will buy some parts for my car.
There you go. I mean, you say it's not enough for DCS, yet you're sitting on top of the hill right now. I mean,
that is accurate, but rumor has it, though, Trigger. I watched your videos. You said possibly if you won that 10K, you would invest half and maybe take a trip. That just went out the window because you won it all?
No, not really. I probably also use this money to go on a trip. But I mean, 10 grand is, it's quite a lot of money here in Brazil. So I can use this money to do a lot of things. So I haven't planned for it yet,
So where are you going to go on a trip, and what kind of car are you working on?
I have a Mitsubishi Lancer.
There we go.
Trigger, your experience?
I mean, I would go to São Paulo in Brazil, and also I'd go to Brasilia to visit some of my friends, and just to enjoy some time off.
Trigger, you had so many representatives from Brazil cheering you on in the chat. I know you had a big goal of putting Brazil on the map for DCS. How accomplishing is that to get this far, to actually accomplish this, knowing so many people are rooting you on in real time as you made it this far?
It feels truly amazing that there are so many people rooting for me. I have many friends in the Brazilian communities, so most of them were present during the live stream, and I really, really appreciate them being there supporting me.
I have a question. How excited are you about coming back for OTS-3. And with that being said, what are you going to do differently
I'm very
to
excited.
get better?
I really enjoy this competition. You know, the broadcast, the format, the rules were also good. Fighting A-Beam is it's completely different from the other competitions that I've flown that you start head on. It's way more challenging. You have more variables to take into account. So I really like the format. I want to experience that again. And of course, I'm very, very excited for the LPS competition. I'd love to go on a trip to Las Vegas to fly a live tournament, a live DCS tournament. It would be such an amazing experience.
You're certainly on track to do that, my friend, for the LPS, the way that you have been able to set the tone here in OTS-2. What would that feel like to actually step foot in Vegas, live professional series, and maybe even having some representatives from Brazil cheer you on in person as you're in a rig?
I would certainly be very, very happy. You know, I told the other competitors that I really like doing BFM. You know, and I've read on the SFL website that the setup in Vegas is a full motion simulator and also with VR, and I would love to try that in a competition for real.
Well, thank you for your time. Congratulations. Anytime someone addresses you moving forward, Trigger, make sure they say OTS-2 champion.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, great job. Great job.
Congrats, Trigger. Man,
congratulations.
What a job by Trigger.
I'll tell you what.
He was supposed to be possibly a participant in OTS-1. Some things didn't work out. Comes through in OTS-2, kills the reigning champ, Viper, and is able to beat Goose in the showdown.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a phenomenal performance. You know, I think his confidence in the beginning, he did everything that he said he was going to do. He said, you come to the merge with me in my bracket, you know, you could do your best, I'm going to do my best, so look out.
Absolutely. All right, it's been another great day of dogfighting. Let's take a look at a couple of highlights throughout the day. We'll be right back with a couple of words from our sponsors. Well, that does it. The Strike Fighter League's second online tournament series. A deeper field, a bracket that lived up to the build, and a brand new champion, that being Trigger. He was crowned, and he certainly crushed it. To the pilot community, online and in uniform, thank you for the welcome and for the standards and for the support you've given the SFL since our very first flight.
And we're just getting started.
I know that's right. On behalf of everyone at the SFL, thank you so much to the Wingman Foundation, Project Recover, and Splash 3 for letting us stand beside you. Keep visiting those websites. The work does not stop because the broadcast ends.
Not at all. And for Wags, you're in our prayers, my guy. OTS-3, You know that's on the horizon. The bar's gonna rise. The field deepens and the debrief, yeah, it makes us better. We'll hope you'll join us again.
That's right. Until then, keep rising.
From all of us from Strike Fighter League, good day, good night. Hope you enjoyed the fight. Over and out.